Very excited to get this final one on. Trojan, are you ready to just grind out this final run?
Yes, I am. I am very ready. And I'm joined here for, at the very minimum, the first half of the run by my friend, Lil Sharky. How's it going, Sharky?
Howdy, howdy. I'm doing okay over here on the East Coast. How about you?
Doing pretty well overall.
Do you
ready?
Do you want your prize fight intro for this?
No, I think it's too late for that one.
Okay. All right, we'll skip that.
Yeah, we'll skip that part. Although I appreciate all of that. Yeah. Oh, okay, all right. I'm getting word from the director over here that you can do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, go ahead.
No, apparently, just for tech, apparently the runner and the commentator are a little quiet compared to me. But yeah, just as a reminder, folks, if Trojan ever disappears from the camera, don't worry. He's not running away from the marathon. This is a long run, so if he has to run and use the bathroom, get hydrated or anything, he's more than welcome to. And a well reminder to all of you, do not forget to hydrate, stretch, and rest during this marathon. We all love to watch, lurk, and chat and be a part of the marathon, but please don't forget to hydrate and relax. This is going to be our last run. So you got about, let's say about 5+ hours to get in your final donations. And with that, Trojan, take it away with your run.
All right, Sharky, go for it.
Ladies, gentlemen, and all non-aligned pals, may I have your attention, please? Coming in from the sunny shores of Southern California, he is a world-class Ori and the Blind Forest runner, a terror to JRPGs everywhere, and one half of the world's baddest Rocket League team with his wife, Cutie Roo. He is the final run of this amazing weekend. I give you Trojandude!
Thank you very much, Sharky. I appreciate that. So we're bringing you the 13th installment of the Final Fantasy series. And we'll get into a little bit of the kind of the general backstory of the game mechanics as we're going into. This was originally on console, both Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but we are playing the PC port that came out a few years later. So I will be playing on normal mode, because easy mode is a very different animal in and of itself. Sharky, you ready?
I'm ready when you are, brother. Let's go.
All right. I'm going to count down then. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go. So, as we start here, we are in the last Final Fantasy game that came out in the decade of the 2000s. You may remember Final Fantasy X at the start of that decade. All in 3D, lots of environments with random encounters, and a battle system where everything's active but not totally active. You get your MMO after that, Final Fantasy XI. You get Final Fantasy XII, which was MMO-like, I'd say. Open environments, all the enemies are right next to you, and you fight them as you run by them. So we get a little mix of all of that here with 13. All of the battle is active time here, where Trojan's going to be choosing abilities from his main character, for the moment, Lightning. while his friends and the rest of the party members come in and assist with the fights. When we're not in battle, we're going to basically be running throughout numerous parts of the world where if the enemies can touch us, then they'll be able to start a fight. So this is basically a really pretty version of Earthbound, if you remember your Super Nintendo RPGs. Trojans managed to take our opening boss down in just a little over, I'd say, a minute or so. What was that, about a 106?
Yeah.
Cool. And now we can begin Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is a bit of a run through some areas where some trains have gotten knocked down. There's some pathways all throughout the town. And a number of soldiers in this big battle that's happening just... you're caught in the middle of it because that's where it starts. So if we happen to get tagged by any fights, I assume we'll be just pushing through and fighting most of them. But man, that guy was not happy.
The jukes right there.
But if we do, if everything goes according to plan, we're just going to shuck and jive our way around all of the different enemies here and only fight the required fights. So, Trojan will also be showing off a principle of physics that you probably learned when you were about 8 years old. It goes that if I can't see you, you can't see me. By putting the camera basically low or close to the ground as much as you can, the enemies actually don't react and come after you as quickly because they're not on the camera, they're not on the screen. So much like you learned in elementary school, they won't know you're there if you just look away. It doesn't work 100% of the time, but it's enough to get us through some sketchy areas.
Oh, that guy played really nice. He was super slow getting to that spot.
Oh, he didn't even... He just hung out. That was nice.
Yeah.
So, the PC port tends to get as close to 60 frames a second as it can, while console, both the PS3 and the Xbox 360, were limited to 30 frames a second. So, that doesn't really matter a whole lot for the fights that we're going to see here, but enemies actually react a bit faster when it comes to trying to dodge them on PC, so this may get a bit exciting. But we'll find out. In the meantime, this is a mandatory fight. It's supposed to teach you about items, but tutorials are for people who haven't speedrun this 1,000 times, so we skip through it. We kill the fight as quick as we can, and we move along.
And it was nice. I got both a Phoenix down and a potion from that too. So that was
that is nice.
Really good.
This is a wonderful example of the camera trick here, because by keeping the camera pointed straight down, those 4 panthers never even knew you were there until it was too late. So, as far as the fights here, they're teaching you mostly the mechanics. This one is teaching you about the chain gauge and staggering the enemies. We'll get into later on a lot more how that works, but for now, the basic idea is just if you hit it enough, it'll take extra damage, so group up and hit it till it dies. To add a little bit more nuance there, Lightning has regular physical attacks and also an area of effect physical attack called Blitz, which Trojan was using in order to try to sweep up the Marauder's friends. And then once that one's down, just that.
Yeah, and Blitz, we're going to be using Blitz like a ton throughout the whole run. That will never go away, pretty much. It's just a really nice AoE ability that you don't get from almost anything else other than the really powerful magical spells.
So we've just switched over. We finished the introduction to Lightning, as well as Saz, the new friend that Lightning made on the train. Now we've switched over to Snow. Snow has a couple of minor characters following him, a group of friends named Godot and LeBro, who, if you're doing the speedrun of, you're never going to see again after this.
Still hit him. Okay.
So, instead of a regular blitz at this point, Snow has a different form of AoE that also does fire damage called Hand Grenade. He literally just chucks grenades.
That was so close.
This particular dodge is very difficult. We usually call it legendary dodge just because you may see it a few times in your speedrun career, but you're almost guaranteed to get caught here each time.
I've only ever gotten it one time, personally.
I think I've seen 3 of them myself, but I've been around way too many years. Back in my day.
Back in my day. Okay.
Trojan's also demonstrating a lot of neat techniques as far as just ways to get the enemies out of the way. Sometimes you'll give them something to charge at and juke to the side. Sometimes you can just run a 360. But most casual players, you just won't think about, hey, I don't actually have to fight everything in front of me. And the game goes by a lot faster when you just zoom right by things.
That was really good.
That was.
So one of the things that I'm going to be doing right here at the start of this fight is using a potion right away. So one of the things like potion or some other abilities like renew is that you won't get knocked up while you use them. So we employ that in a few spots and some strats, and this is the first time we'll see that. So I didn't get knocked back. Oh, I got hit right there, so I need a potion again.
The tech behind this is that LeBro, if any of your characters get into mild amounts of damage, about 2/3 or yellow HP, will stop swinging away and throw a potion to heal everybody. And you know, the more she attacks, the faster this boss goes down. So we throw a potion initially. Very well done.
There we go. LeBro should kill.
By manipulating those attacks just right, he's able to make the behemoth whiff on Snow, and this fight's already done. So Chapter 1 should only have a few more fights left to go, and then we're already through the initial opening chapter of the game. This fight against the Myrmidon is also an example of trying to force you to use a potion and heal a bit. You're eventually going, once it's staggered, going to be able to keep it somewhat stun locked or interrupted, but in the meantime, this big robot's pushing out a lot of offense, and almost always you're going to have to do some healing. And I'm going to have to resist the urge to hum or beatbox Blinded by Light every time.
Oh yeah,
it
it's
comes up.
in my opinion, it's the best track on the whole thing. And there's a lot of really great tracks in this soundtrack, but this is my favorite. I just thought they nailed it with the battle theme.
Yeah, there are so many bangers on this soundtrack.
Yeah.
So I know I've kind of yammered on for a few minutes. Maybe I can go ahead and take a step back here real quick and let the host, let people know why we're here and plug the charity we're all here for.
All right. Well, we are currently, still sitting at $1,650.18. We do really appreciate all these amazing donations, and don't forget that these donations are for Rise Above the Disorder, or RAD, which is a nonprofit dedicated to removing the 2 greatest barriers facing mental health care: access and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system to people around the globe. If you believe in a world where everyone has access to hope, health, and happiness they deserve, You Are Rad. For more information, you can visit youarerad.org, or you can donate by typing in !donate in chat. Speaking of which, we actually just got a $20 donation from Xenovan0 saying, "Let's go, Trojan. Let's destroy Final Fantasy 13 and support mental health."
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, every bit helps, so thank you so much for your generosity. That was a really slick dodge of that jetpack group right there before the end of the chapter here, Trojan.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, I've actually been getting that a little more consistent. It's as long as you get by those two dogs and you like, they're not like right on top of you, like the little recon guys, you can generally get it pretty consistently because they're a little slow to react to you.
Nice. So that is the end of chapter 1. We actually skipped about 30-40 minutes worth of cutscenes already. So
yeah,
there's a lot of story going on here to readers digest it. You have basically you have Lightning and Snow both trying to make it to a big monster named Anima, who has your sister named Sarah. Well, Lightning's sister, Snow's fiance. On top of that, you have Saz, a random guy Lightning met on the train. You have Hope and Vanille, two random people that Snow met on the train. All trying to bundle up together and see if they can just get somewhere. There's a big military action going on right now based on them being scared of civilians getting too close to that monster, and it's deep. So, in the meantime, we have Vanille and Hope here trying to make their way through the Pulse Vestige.
Vanille? What? Why did she hop back right there? I've never seen that.
I've seen those hops when they think that the enemy's just way too close, but that bot was way back there.
In that specific fight, I have never seen that happen.
Ghosts. It's got to be ghosts.
It's got to be, man.
Can we mark that down as another one for that never happened in a marathon?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Classic. So, what you're seeing here as far as these fights, the game has a couple of different things going on at the same time, one of which is it has a battle system that gives you rewards points at the end based on how fast you finish and how strong you are. So normally it's good to get high scores, and you get new drops that are worth, money or components you can upgrade with. But if your scores are really low, the game's like, I know a way we can help you. I know a way we can support you here. And it raises the odds of getting special pre-fight items called shrouds. Some of those shrouds will give you buffs for the very next fight you go into. Those are Fortisol for offense and Aegisol for defense. And then another shroud called a Deceptisol, or I think Sneak Smoke is what the Japanese release called it. Basically makes it to where for as long as that's on, the enemies in the world can't detect you. You can still start a fight by running into them, and we're going to do that a lot.
Darn.
But they don't notice you're there as long as the Decept is active. So, in order to prepare for later in the run, what Trojan's going to do here for some of these fights is go ahead and beat those fights slowly and manipulate the settings as well so that the timers line up. So that we'll come out of here with a couple of Fortisols for offensive fight buffs and a set number of Deceptisols so that we can sneak past certain fights and preempt certain fights that we're going to have to come through. So how many of each of those shrouds are you going to be farming up?
I'm getting 4 Deceptisols and 3 Fortisols.
Okay. That's pretty standard. Some speedrunners will try to shave off some of these, some of the time spent early here, and do certain tricks to not need those shrouds later on, but it's a marathon. We can play it a little safe and look cool the whole time anyway. Oh crap, I'm doing it now.
Then that didn't take long.
What, has it only been 10-15 minutes now?
Yeah, I'm at 16 and a half
Yeah,
on my
16.
timer. So. Yeah.
Yeah, classic.
Don't worry, when I was doing my run, it was extremely hard to not start whistling or bopping away and singing to the music, so I 100% understand that. Please, I will let everyone know real quick. RBG Esports was actually founded by myself and my co-partner Niswan Jr. We're actually both from the same fraternity, which is a music fraternity, Phi Mu Alpha. So we are cool with singing on stream, so feel free.
Awesome. That's what I like to
You
hear.
know, you say that now.
I mean, better now than later. We got 5 more hours, so feel free.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're gonna get one more dodge in here real quick.
Yeah.
Wow. Normally that's a 360. That was really that was a slick move there.
Thank you.
So
It's called geometry. You just make you just make the legs of a triangle.
I was never the best at geography, but I'm sure we'll figure something out here. So
Bring it on!
okay, so while we're going through, we're doing all these mandatory fights to progress further towards the boss that's at the end of this section. We also picked up a couple of treasure chests along the way. The main one was Gladius, which is a weapon for lightning. It's a weapon that is a little bit stronger to physical attacks rather than magic attacks, so I think you already equipped it, but...
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So a couple of things that'll do. It'll make her hit harder for the next few fights. It will adjust the fight times that we need in case we need to farm any more shrouds as we go. And then last, in another chapter, or chapter or two, we're going to be able to sell it away for cash. So there is a set of shops that we'll have to go throughout this run, with the idea being let's put as much offense into our setup as we can, because offense is the best defense, and the enemies can't beat you up if they're already defeated. So basically,
That is a strat we employ a lot in this run.
It's interesting because as a casual player, you'll have lots of different setups, and some will be defensive, and some will be buffs, and then some will finally be ready to attack. And what the speedrun shows you is that if you run up and punch the monsters in the mouth fast enough, you kind of don't have to do near as much of that. So the way I like to just phrase it is that the game rewards aggression up to a point. So.
Yep. And speaking of aggression, we again intentionally did not do aggression. And that guy's being a jerk. Okay, there we go. In order to get 2 Fortisols. So a lot of runners, the high-end runners will just kind of stick after those 2 Fortisols and not farm anymore. But again, I'm going to get a third one in the little hallway where we're going to farm the rest.
Yeah, extra little safeties in here are totally appropriate. It's a 5-6 hour speed run when you know what you're doing, and longer when you're first learning. So, with these kind of things, it's good to be as healthy as you can, and not put too much pressure on yourself to only do the fastest
that
thing.
goal did not take.
Yeah, they're using some geometry on you here and trying.
Yeah, no
to get
kidding. Also, is Hope gonna die right here?
I mean, if you sacrifice Hope, I think it's worth 3 extra drops, so hold on to Hope. Yeah, right. Sorry, too soon.
You're a few chapters ahead of where that happens, but we'll take it.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, so many in jokes, so little time. So Alrighty. At this point, we've farmed up our shrouds. We've picked up our treasure chests. We just need to make it to the end of the chapter. I assume we have all the shrouds. You can.
No, I have 3 and 2, so I gotta get 2 in the next hallway.
Okay. We'll just have to be a little careful
Yeah,
with that because you don't have the power wristband.
Yep.
Or we could try to farm one off of this guy, but either way. Yeah, so this ghast can be a bit tricky because, I mean, optimally, you can figure out a way to make him turn to the side and back up, and he makes a path for you to run by in the hall, but, you know, some things you just gotta fight.
Yep. And I think with fighting this fully, I'll have like I want to say a 32% chance.
It's gonna depend on how.
No, it's 16. That's because I got full stars. So
the basic idea when it comes to drop odds is that everything's got a rare drop, everything's got a common drop, and if you get enough stars, it'll multiply your chances of getting a drop. If you get too few stars, it'll actually multiply your chances of getting a shroud instead. So that was the purpose for taking those fights slow, and we go slow now so we can go fast later.
Yep. Like, you're gonna be really like in awe of like how we can just have 4 Deceptisols and hold on to those for like 12 of the 13 chapters.
There's a fun mechanic with that, but I'll let you get to the first or so time we use those. So I think there's a couple of skips in chapter 3 that we'll do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if you're gonna need a potion here or not.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Right there. Yeah. Okay, there's my fort, so I just need to get one more Deceptisol, and I don't know why I'm trying to dodge that.
Good point.
That was instinctual right there.
So these last 5 ghouls, specific ones drop specific shrouds. So I think it's a fort on the first and the fourth, and a decep on the other 30. So
yeah, that's correct.
There are times in some of these farming fights where it's not 100%. I think it's actually 96 is the best you can get. So if you get 4%, you're going to lose a little bit of time, but you can still recover and keep your run going just by catching up on this hallway.
There we go. All right, come on, please, fingers crossed. No, baby, let's
We're farming up a decep now, right? This is fine. This is fine.
I knew it. I like smelled. I'm like, it's gonna give me the 4%. I knew it.
You know, it's a marathon, so we're just happy to be here and help rep the charity today.
Yeah. And you get to see us kill more ghouls.
You get to hear more banger soundtrack songs.
Yeah, you get to hear Blinded by Light more.
Of course.
Oh. It felt bad, so it even gave me a Seath tier.
Hopefully there's no more tears for the rest of the run, but you know.
Okay, this is perfect. There we go. Nice. They played again, felt bad for me, so it's just like, yeah, let's just give you perfect AI right there on this one.
So the upcoming fight here, after we skip a couple of cutscenes and go around a couple of enemies, is Anima. Anima is the large monster that had taken Lightning's sister away. And it's a fight where there's going to be a main body and then 2 arms that move around and do attacks. So what Trojan's going to try to pull off here is focusing attacks on the main piece while also clipping the hands strategically in order to make him stop attacking for a while and hopefully just long enough to get the kill in. So, we're also going to be throwing a few potions in because roughly 4 attacks is enough to take down lightning, and if your party leader is defeated, you lose the fight.
Yep.
So 13 is very forgiving in the fact that if you get defeated in battle, it'll let you just go ahead and retry right after and pick up right where you left off. But it's dying is usually slower than not dying, so we're going to do our best.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna potion right here.
This is fine.
That's fine. Yeah, we should be good now.
Yeah, both arms are down, so he's going to regenerate 2 new pair if he can survive long enough. And we have something to say about that.
Yep. There we go.
Yeah, he brought him back and didn't have a chance to use him. So that's chapter 2.
Now the fun really begins.
So after chapter 2, basically the story has your party members transformed into a certain type of monster, somewhat, sort of, kind of. The idea here is that these creatures can give you a task in the form of a dream focus. And you have extra power given to you so you can complete that focus. And if you do your job, you'll get turned to crystal. And if you don't, you'll get turned into a monster like these guys. So no pressure, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So the game is going to give you a number of different roles and sets of abilities, and it's your job to put the party together as you see fit and go take down some bad guys. So we're now here at the bottom of Lake Brescia with 4 of our closest friends and Lightning, so 5 party members. Addition is
that
not
sounded way
thing.
worse than that.
I think I meant the opposite. I meant Lightning and 4 of her closest friends now.
Yeah.
English not good for to speak today. Sorry.
That made it really funny though. That was really great.
So if we can stop laughing long enough, Trojan's going to take the weapon we picked up for Snow in chapter 1, sell off, I believe, a credit chip, and maybe a Phoenix Down, or all the Phoenix Downs.
Yeah.
And pick up some offensive accessories here. So at this point in your development, only about half your characters have physical attacks, the other have magic. So we buy a power wristband, we buy 2 magic marks, and we equip them on our party so that the fist fighters can hurt things more and everybody else can throw stronger magic.
Let's go things out ahead. Watch the others.
Yep. Because right now we only have access to a couple roles. I mean, we'll get some more roles later, but for now we're just gonna really leverage the fact that Lightning is a really strong physical damage dealer, and Saz and Vanilla are both pretty solid mages at this point. And thankfully, we have them in our team for some parts of it, both of them.
Yeah. So. What was I going to call out next? So paradigms. Paradigms are your sets of basically your party configurations. The game lets you pick up to 6 different ones into a deck, and you can switch between them at will. This is kind of helps you control how you're using your party members, that you don't directly select. Do this attack, cast this spell, all this sort of thing.
This is not good.
Yeah, this dodge is a bit testy because the ghast likes to just stop in the way, and then the floaters are hard to get away from.
Let's see if I can do this.
I believe in
I
you.
don't know.
man.
Hey, there we go. The birds were nice.
Work. Bird is the word.
Indeed.
So, your individual party members have only got a couple of roles open right now. Of those roles that are there, you have commandos. Those are going to focus on dealing damage, either attacks if their physicals are the strongest, ruins if their magic is the strongest. You also have ravagers that will do some damage, but primarily boost the chain gauge. And they'll throw your traditional fire, arrow, water, lightning spells. And then Vanille also has access to being a medic, and Snow has access to being a tank, or what's called a sentinel. So, at this point, we're now just pretty much running through and trying to progress through to the end of Lake Brescia as fast as we can here. I don't think we've got any extra fights we take other than the mandatory ones. But some of these fights are so quick to kill that it's not even worth retrying, so we may end up just pushing on through.
Yeah, there's a specific fight later that's sometimes can be very difficult to dodge because there's like 4 dogs in a very small space. And it's actually worth it to fight that one just in case we don't get some Crystarium points to upgrade on a double bomb fight later, because both those bombs can self-destruct and we don't get Crystarium points off that.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and dive into experience after this fight. This is another fight with a war mech. It's a stronger version now, but so are we. So part of this fight and this tutorial is that it really wants to teach you to do things defensively. So it wants you to be forced to tank this big hit with Snow as a sentinel. However, staggering something will interrupt really big attacks like that. So because we used our Ravagers and our Commandos just right, we interrupted its big fight, and then its big hit, and it's off to the races from here. So, another small trick you'll notice is that Trojan is going to be very quickly switching from role to role, even if the role is exactly the same as the previous one. The game actually gives you free ATB segments for shifting more frequently. So every 12 seconds or roughly 2 full bars of attacks, if you go ahead and switch, the game's going to go, yeah, you're doing it right, and completely refill everyone's ATB gauge. So, and that was the end of the war mech, and Snow's decided he's not going to hang out with us for a while, so we get to move on with Saz and Vanille now for the rest of the chapter.
Happy about leaving the kid on his own, but we gotta keep
Okay.
Yeah, we won't do spoilers on why Snow is like not with us anymore. Just accept it. He's off on a journey.
To infinity and beyond.
Yes.
So, we've now turned Snow into Buzz Lightyear. I'm sure there will be no consequences for that later.
No.
Definitely not. Let's see. Oh, experience points. Similar but not entirely identical to how Final Fantasy X had a sphere grid, and enemies would drop items, and you would fill in that grid as you went along. That was a nice dodge.
And then I ran into Vanille.
She was just throwing a pick for the other team.
I know.
So yeah. As you go through these fights, every time you kill a monster in a fight, you'll get a certain number of what are called Crystarium points. And Crystarium is basically this game's version of the sphere grid. The main difference is that each character for each role has a different pattern to go through, and you spend your points to advance just however you see fit. So
this is a really awkward pattern. Okay.
This frog bridge is sometimes not
There
fun.
we go. All right.
So we just used Deceptisol. Deceptisol made it to where we could run around all these things without them realizing we're there. And you might have noticed that once we got past them, Trojan turned right back around and started the fight. I mean, we got the dodge. Why did we do that, man? Okay, I can explain why I did that.
I mean, you can just tell them. You can just avoid telling them. I mean, that works too.
Sorry, man, way too dramatic. What had happened was the game's retry system doesn't necessarily need you to lose in battle. You can simply decide, I don't want to fight this, and retry. When you do, the game will put you back wherever you got into that enemy's battle zone, and it'll refund you any items that you used. So items used in the fight count for that, and items used before the fight, such as shrouds, also count. So in essence, we were able to use the Deceptisol, sneak past the pack of enemies that we probably couldn't have gotten by otherwise, and then tag it on the far end of the battle zone so the retry spits us out past the fight.
Oh, bonus Decept, let's go!
Nice! Bonus shrouds are always fun because after Chapter 2, the chance of those go down to single-digit percents. So it's just a happy surprise every time they happen.
Yeah.
Also, shoutouts to the person in chat who actually beat an MMO. That's really impressive.
Beating an
Hey,
MMO is
thanks.
no small feat.
That's
Good
totally
job,
not me.
Randomize. Woo!
No, that is pretty cool.
Oh, that guy juked me.
Wow. When you get caught by enemy packs you don't intend to fight, we call that a failed dodge. Failing dodges doesn't prevent you from completing the run in any way, shape, or form. The main thing it does is you have to wait for the transition into battle so you can retry and get back out of the battle and try to dodge it again. So it's usually about 10-15 seconds plus whatever extra time you need to get by, assuming
Yeah.
you do get by on the second try.
Yeah. Like, there's actually a dodge I'm gonna do a little bit differently than the optimal one, because literally every single of my previous runs, I failed it a minimum of once, if not twice or three times. So I'm just gonna go around the safe way, and the easier way, and just not bother with it.
By the time we get to the end of this run, Trojan's going to have dodged over 200 different packs of enemies.
Yep.
And have gone through, I think, easily 60 or 70 different fights. So it's a really dense game when it comes to a speedrun, which is good. There's plenty to learn. There's always something to practice. It also means that for your very high-end speedruns, those are still going to have mistakes. Those are still going to have issues from time to time. I think every console's world record has at least one death in it right now.
Yeah.
And a world-class run is still going to miss 20 dodges by the end of this. So
Yep.
you just do your best and try to have fun with it. Now, where's the person who can copy and paste the sales blurb from 14 from a few months ago?
Oh my gosh.
Award-winning free trial?
Did you see the Spotify playlist meme on that? That was probably my favorite.
Classic.
Super classic. Yeah, and also I think one of the things I saw a couple people in chat earlier mention like how pretty this game is. Like the actual visual effects they did. You have to realize this was on the 360 in 2010. Like some of the stuff they did looks even nicer than some of the AAA stuff nowadays. Like it looks gorgeous on PC. Like they honestly did a really great job with this port overall.
Yeah, this was 2009 in Japan, and I think spring of 2010 when it came out.
Yep.
In North America and in Europe. So this game is already 11 years old. It does not look like it.
No. I think it's safe to say this is one of those that will honestly age very well, even 15, 20 years from now.
Yeah, I could see that. And the game is much better paced if you skip all the cutscenes.
Yeah.
It has a story. It's a nice story. It tells the, it tells the play that it wants to tell. You get a lot better, a lot more interactive playthrough if you skip past all that, though. So, gotta go fast, do. Gotta go fast. Anyway, so yeah. Basically, we're approaching the end of Chapter 3 now, so we've gotten through Lake Brescia. We've made it to... at the end of here, there's going to be an airship that takes us off into the next chapter. But before we do that, we've got a couple of fights to take on. The next one is going to be Garuda, a two-stage fight where Trojan's going to do some really cool stuff and very early use an ability called Libra that we haven't seen. Basically, every enemy has a set of information that you build up on it as you fight, and the more you know about that monster, the smarter your AI-controlled party is going to act. So, we're going to stagger this thing as fast as we can. At some point, we're going to make sure that we know the most about it by firing our Libra. And then we're just going to melt this guy.
Yep.
Once we melt him, he decides to regroup and come back and throw up a barrier, which means we'll just have to stagger him the second time before we can start doing damage. You'll also notice a few neat optimizations, like Trojan switching his paradigms while lightning is in the air. When he does that, the animations are shorter, and you can get back to hitting the thing even faster. So we've got 2 Relentless Assaults for damage. We've got 2 Tri-Disasters to run the chain gauge up as fast as we can. And you can see him switching between those 2 sets accordingly. Just taking a moment to let the...
I think I just need 2 more. Oh, I got knocked down.
So you got up again.
That's true.
He's never going to keep you down.
Alright, so after this little save prompt right here, we're going to actually get a status update on Snow right now. And we're going to go into, after a little quick fight, we're going to go into our first Eidolon fight.
Record scratch. You might have wondered how I got here. A fun part about how we do this fight is once the first soldier dies, it brings more of his buddies in, but only if that first soldier is A at the top of the list. So if you kill them bottom up, they never summon their friends. Eidolons are part of the story for how these Lassie manage to try to complete their focus. They're special things that show up when you're at your most dire moment, and they try to show you the way forward. So Snow is handily getting his butt kicked here by a group of soldiers, and these 2 ladies decided to show up and give him a hand. So the fight mechanic for how you beat them is a bit different than normal fighting, where make big numbers, HP go down. Instead, you are trying to build a bar that's near the top of the enemy called Gestalt. Each different one of these fights has different mechanics that raise it, so some of them are things like raising the chain gauge, or tanking big attacks when you're in Sentinel, if you're a character to heal.
That was a really good fight.
Yeah, that just over a minute. That was a really sharp fight. So yeah, in this case, In this case, Trojan was able to tank the biggest hits in Sentinel and then just raise the chain gauge as fast as possible and blast right through that fight.
Yeah, there's some attacks where you can get launched and it becomes really awkward to do that.
And that was the end of Chapter 3. So we're still less than an hour into the run, and we've breezed through the first chapters already. So at this point, our pack of 5 is now a troop of 4. And as we start running through, we're kind of going to get split up a little bit because reasons. The plot kind of helps us develop these characters and send them along if they go in a couple of different directions. So Saz is going to end up on the same path as Vanille, and Lightning is going to end up on the same path as Hope, much to her chagrin. So at this point, Hope is a Ravager and a Medic. He is also a Synergist, which focuses on defensive buffs. As such, we're not really going to use it because we're doing speed runs. So unless we can't soak up the offense that they do, we're not even going to try. At least as far as defensive buffs go. Lightning has a smaller hitbox, so of the characters you have, it's a little bit easier to get some of these dodges in, but some of these are still really tricky. And you can also see Trojan making copious use of Deceptisol and Deceptisol cancels.
There we go.
Which is where we retry and get it refunded back to us. Funny enough, some runners, when this game was first speedrun, weren't allowed to do this. It was just a small difference between the North American and the Japanese community because the Japanese community preferred glitchless runs, or anything that they thought was, not intended, you shouldn't have to do or shouldn't be able to do. So those runners would farm up, say, 10 or 15 of these shrouds at the start, and then just run through everything twice as fast later because they don't have to waste time retrying. But we'll use that trick. Okay, so this setup that we've got here for Saz and Vanille, we don't have any commandos right now, so while we can raise the chain gauge, we don't have a lot to make it stick other than Vanille's Saboteur. Saboteur is how you throw debuffs, and debuffs make enemies take more damage or attack slower, all sorts of cool stuff like that. So we're going to balance around our debuffs from Vanille and our Ravager abilities to get some quick staggers and then take down these floaters as quick as we can. The game is also introducing us to multiple party fights, trying to avoid using the term three-way. The idea here is that a pack of enemies is fighting a pack of other enemies, and you just happen to have gotten in the way. So they'll sit there and chip away at each other until they don't have anything else to mess with, and then they'll come and fight you. So we use that to our advantage.
Wisdom does come with age.
All right, and now we are to what I like to call the Hellway portion, where we have to do some really awkward dodges.
Welcome to Arn Gutter. So to really nail in the concept of enemies fighting other enemies, these three fights don't care about you at all because they're too busy messing with each other. So nothing you do here can impact where they go and how to dodge around them.
Come on.
You kind of just have to
there we go.
hope they get out of your way.
Wow. I was just waiting right there for that one.
These 3 dodges can just soak all of the.
Oh, this is
time
terrible.
out of the game.
Oh, wait. Hey, there we go. All right.
Dude, buy a lotto ticket.
What are you talking about, dude? I got like blocked for a while on those last 2.
Okay, you weren't that lucky, but still. That was
Maybe
a good
like
shot.
maybe a $5 scratcher.
Yeah, man, buy a scratch off. Okay.
Yeah.
See, it's important when you're friends with someone to be able to compromise with them.
Yeah.
So we've got another treasure chest here with a weapon that we want to pick up and make some money. It's guarded by this guy.
Follow the old guy's lead.
These Pulsework soldiers are somewhat easy to preempt because they'll only notice you if they're facing you. So Trojan's been able to sneak up on him, and even though we don't have any commandos, we can still push out damage with Ravagers. And it only takes about 20 seconds to get that guy down. Do you use the power wristband upgrades or the blaze fire upgrades?
Right now we're gonna be upgrading the power wristband in a little bit.
Okay. Just didn't want to give folks any wrong information, so.
Yeah.
The money route only kicks in a few specific spots where you need to upgrade certain weapons or accessories. In the meantime, though, these birds are a pain. So, basically, we're going to be dodging some enemies, and while most of them can't run faster than you can, these little hopping around birds definitely can. So, on top of that, if we miss these dodges, because we're not playing the Japanese port, they will be standing on the ground next to you when you respawn and retry. So, I don't know why, but in the original release, they would always go back up onto their perches and drop down on you again. And in
my guess would be like a game memory type of thing. They probably felt like it was kind of unoptimizing it to like replace them. So that's what I would guess. I don't see any other particular reason other than that.
I mean, other than the company just not liking this, I think you're probably right on the money.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but this is, I mean, unless you made it through without a decep, this is a fair retry to make. We're not really losing any extra time here. So, we reached this save point and this particular cutscene we're going to skip, and we've caught back up to Lightning, who had run on ahead from the rest of our group. So, Hope steps out of the battle group, Lightning steps in. We're still controlling Saz here. And we've got 2 big fights to go through. One is a pack of birds, but the other one is going to be a large fight with the Dreadnought, which is a really big machine that hits really hard. So, in order to, since we've got some experience, let's go ahead and spend it here. We'll throw some weight into Saz's Synergist, balance a little bit between Lightning's Ravager and Commando, and then also buff up Vanille's Saboteur here. So we've got more debuffs that we can get from Vanille, we've got more buffs we can get out of Saz, and Lightning's going to hit stuff harder, which Lightning really has to do because she's going to carry the offensive weight here for the next 10 minutes. It's always interesting to see which speedrunners go after which birds first. But in either case, we're going to buff up Lightning because Bravery is going to make her physical hits do, I think, 140% of their normal damage. And then if Deprotect happens to stick, it's going to also make those hits for that enemy take an extra 190%. So if that sounds like a lot of multiplication, it is. It does make big, cool numbers, but there's a reason that most of the early speedrunners of this game were math minors or math majors.
So I think Vanilla got deep protect on both of the incubi on that one. So that was really, really nice.
That's
It kind of melted.
It's always been interesting to me because I used to always go after the one that debuffs your party first, and then go after the incubi, and I think he went after them in the opposite order. So
yeah, I think they just changed it like 6 months ago or something. It's pretty recent change.
Yeah. So now that we've gotten past these dodges, we're going to come up to Dreadnought. Dreadnought has 2 phases, so we're going to have to fight him and then fight him again. And the basic idea is just like with the big war mech. If we stagger it at just the right moment, we can skip the biggest hits and just try to mow through all of the health that this guy has, which I think is in the like 20 or 30,000s at this point. So, or probably even more than that, but I'm not going to check. So, Saz takes some time to throw an offensive buff on Lightning. Daniil takes some time to de-protect and de-shell, so magic and physical attacks hurt more. And then potions are going to be our primary way of healing right now because we don't have a lot of health, so they're kind of overpowered. It's about 40 or 50% of the character's health right now to throw a single potion. So now that we've got the thing staggered and
Vanilla died.
Yeah, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, I was wondering if you're gonna.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Oh, that was close. So, second verse, same as the first. After the first chain, Trojan's going to set some buffs and debuffs up. And just because of the timing of this fight, he's going to try to do his big hit and then try to clean off some debuffs, which is called Steam Clean. So, Wrecking Ball is supposed to do roughly 90% of your health, but it's got a weird glitch where if your characters are too close to each other, it does 180% of their health, which you obviously cannot survive. So, if we do it just right... Yes. Okay. We got the stagger off as he was winding up Wrecking Ball, and he never got a chance to do his big hit. So, we just have to try to, by switching between our offensive paradigms over and over, melt through all the health that this guy has before the stagger runs out. If it's close, we'll probably be safe. If it's not, we'd have to re-stagger, and that just wastes time. Also, you can see the power of refreshing your ATB there, because as soon as Lightning did her string, he switches and she does another immediate set of attacks. Our reward for that also is access to the upgrading system in this game, which we'll get to talk about here pretty shortly.
Yeah, we're going to use ample use of that.
As we can. There's different shops where you can buy components that will basically spend experience on your weapons or spend experience on your accessories. There's also different components that will give you multipliers of that experience, but those aren't for sale yet. So
stay sharp.
We're going to have to use specific chests and specific drops to get just enough to get us by until we can buy all the things. So at this point, our group has split up again. Lightning and Hope are forced to work together. And we've been cornered by 5 different soldiers. So Lightning's going to try to blitz and do as much AoE here and kill them as quickly as we can. You may also notice the big shield next to each character's name. That's Protect from Hope's Synergist, and just like Deprotect makes things take more damage, Protect makes you take less damage. Probably a pretty intuitive buff. Maybe.
All right, one upcoming is one of the most nervy dodges in my opinion, where it's like tossing some dice and be like, is this back soldier going to burn me or not? Oh, actually, that even did better. He didn't even swipe at me. Great.
You know, I think I found that if you hug the left side running up there, he just doesn't charge in as quickly as when you come through on the right. Because I used to have that problem all the time too. I believe.
So we're going to be picking up a Libra. Sorry, we're going to be picking up a Libra scope right here. So that does the same thing that Libra did during the battles. We can throw that and get information to us and our allies about what to use.
Yeah, that was what I was going to call out there. I wasn't actually sure if you're going to pick it up, so that's cool to see there. So you can also tell each time we use Libra, it uses up a resource called TP. I think that's supposed to mean technical points. It's been a while.
Yeah, technical points. Yep, that's correct.
So there are a few special overpowered abilities that we can use that use that resource specifically, and it takes multiple battles to build that gauge back up in most cases. So as we go through this one mini game that we've got here to play through,
we get to destroy things.
Yeah, Hope's figured out how to pilot a dreadnought, and we can run through this massive pack of bolster soldiers. So blink and you'll miss it, and the mini game's gone. But there is a reward here that we really care about. So based on how many of these you run through with your dreadnought, the game will give you 1 of 3 drops at the end. There's also a button you can hit to swing your arms around and kill things that way. And there's a different reward tied to how many of those you kill with your arms. So if we get a certain number of these, we're going to pop open a chest and find 20 organic components. And since we can't buy those, that's kind of the only way we can max out the upgrade system this early.
Hope we find another one of those things.
So we're just gonna try pushing through a few more dodges to get through this section, and then we'll be on to our next boss fight.
Okay.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I'm gonna decep cancel on this one because the retry on this one is one of the more annoying retries out of all of them. So
that's also part of the fun of getting used to this game, is not just knowing what to expect the first time you run up to an area to get through a dodge, but knowing what to do if you miss it or you mess up on it, because they're going to be in different places, they might have different behavior patterns. It's a lot to learn. So, but it's definitely a rewarding game to speedrun.
where's the...
Road splits here.
Okay.
Which way do we go?
So we're going to be coming up on another Eidolon fight here pretty shortly. So this one's going to be Lightning's Eidolon, and this is Odin. This is probably one of the more common ones across all of the Final Fantasies. And we're just going to do a really quick mini right here, just to add another... oops. And then we're also going to be putting on something called Doctor's Code, which amplifies the amount of healing your potions do. and we're going to be using that very heavily in the mid game, since we're not going to be having we have pretty low HP, so Doctor's Code is pretty effective at keeping us topped off.
Yeah, you might notice that we're not really setting up a bunch of medics in these Paradigm decks, and the main reason for that is because you can just throw potions and kind of overpower a lot of the damage you take. Now, that being said, Odin does hit like a truck. So we've got Protect up. If we had done more upgrading to Hope, we might have had Shell as well. Protect against magic damage, but it's a speed run, so we're not going to spend any time doing that. The one nice thing about Odin is that after several really hard attacks, he will sit there and charge himself up for the next round. So that Euler's shield there is just him holding back before he starts bringing the pain again. He's not guaranteed to always attack Hope, it just always feels like he does. And you do have to get creative with when you throw your potions when he goes for lightning, because he likes to knock you up into the air. But that was a good fight. We were already pushed on through.
Yeah, and that one little knock-up, honestly, pretty nice. I was able to keep Shane till the very end, so that's what you're trying to hope.
This is always a little bit of a neat section here, just because the game's going to start a cutscene as soon as you get far enough away from the Odin fight, but it's closer to run backwards instead of forwards.
Yep. Oh.
So this is intended to be a summon tutorial, and we're going to bring out Odin for some of it, but hopefully if things go well, we won't have to show up.
Almost died right there. That was really awkward.
This is fine. So Odin has the ability to provoke things like a Sentinel would when he hits them, so once he makes contact, they're going to focus on him and leave Lightning free to swing away, which she's going to do by throwing as much Ravager abilities as she can. And once they're staggered, we can finish the fight from there.
Shake the ground.
Summons have two phases. One is Gestalt mode, and the other is this part you're seeing here, unless I've got the names backwards. You'll build up a gauge with points that you can use for special abilities at the end, and each summon has a finisher. Odin's finisher is called Zantetsuken, and on top of doing damage that's multiplied by chain, it also has an instant kill ability. So you'll do a certain amount of damage that's multiplied by the chain, and then that same amount of damage times the square of the chain will decide, hey, are we just going to kill this thing instantly, or not, and not even worry about how much damage we're trying to do. And it's a neat mechanic because we can abuse the crap out of it later. So you might have gone through in a casual play and gone, well, these summons are kind of cool, but they don't really hit that hard. If you make sure to focus on maxing out the chain gauge while the summon's out, they hit like much stronger than you would think.
Very, very, very strong.
There's an achievement for going over the soft damage cap and getting into the 100,000s, and some of these summons, as soon as you get them, will just give you the achievement the first summon, the first finisher you use.
Yeah.
It's like, oh hey, congratulations, you just used Bahamut, here's an achievement. So we're running through this section trying to pick up a treasure chest or two and dodge to the final section of scrap processing. We're also going to stop at a save point here in order to upgrade a accessory called Power Wristband. So you only have 3 stats in this game. You have HP, Strength, and Magic. Strength boosting your physical attacks and magic boosting your magical attacks. So
Oops.
by taking this accessory called the Power Wristband to give you a moderate amount of extra strength, we can upgrade it and basically give ourselves 3 times the extra strength. So this is the primary reason that we also cared about the drop from the minigame, because while we can buy these polymer emulsions to add to the experience that's tacked on there, we can't buy any organic components to raise up the multiplier. So we've just got to live with whatever drops we've gotten from all these fights so far.
There. Sorry, I was a little blind right there. Need a moment.
All good. So once we've gotten ourselves to 2 times buff, or 2 times multiplier, we've got the emulsions we need to max out the Power Wristband. And since we've got a little bit extra money for a little bit more, we'll throw that experience into one of the Magician's marks for magic attacks for our other party members. So at this point, Saz has picked up the commando role. He'll be able to attack and eventually do blitz and things like that. So giving him the Power Wristband here with the extra 60 strength, when I think your starting weapon gives you 20, his numbers are going to go through the roof for this stage of the game.
Yeah.
So there's 4 little segments here to hit to power up this spot and let us move by. They're all guarded by these fights, so we've got a section of 4 fights Trojan's going to go through here, consisting of either bombs or pulse warp soldiers. Bombs can explode because they're bombs. It's kind of what they do. So Trojan, in the case of where there are bombs, he's going to try to kill those first, and then with a buffed up and upgraded Saz, kill those things really quickly. So
yeah. The game does not expect you to have a maxed out Power Wristband at this point of the game. Just the way, like, you get into stagger and it takes like 4 attacks with Deep Protect to just destroy everything.
So all that base damage multiplied by the chain gauge, multiplied by having Deep Protect. That happens. So,
yeah.
So we've got a couple of fights that are going to be kind of similar to talk through, so we can go ahead and take a step back here for a minute to throw out any shout outs or any plugs that you'd like to do as far as the charity or time for donations, if we have any. So
What that guy? Sorry, go ahead.
what's going on?
Yeah, take it away, randomize. If
All right, we currently don't have any extra donations at the moment, but just as a reminder, this is our final run of the weekend. So please, if you can get some donations in, that would be amazing. But we also want to remember, don't forget to follow the runners, commentators, and of course RBG Esports. And if you missed any of these runs, don't worry. All the runs will be posted on the RBG YouTube channel. Just type in !YouTube in the chat for all the info.
Yeah, as we might have mentioned in the prize fight intro, Trojan is a pretty legendary runner in a few different games, so any different support you can throw his way is definitely going to be well worth your time. I mean, heck, this guy can beat Ori in half an hour. How do you even do that?
very, very carefully. Well, I say carefully, but also with some amount of reckless abandon.
Time to get serious.
So at this point, we've come up to our second fight with a bomb and a soldier. So staggering the soldier is going to make him sit still and take a lot of extra damage. So once he's staggered, he's basically a sitting duck. The last fight of these four is going to be against two bombs. It can be a bit tricky. Bombs self-destruct, and the damage they do is based on what percentage of health they have left. So if they blow up at full health, we might not survive it at all. So there's different ways you can try to get around it, some of which is just hitting the things as fast as you can. Sometimes you can do single attacks and back away from them if you have to.
Oh, play nice.
But yeah, I think that power wristband just kind of ate through those dudes. Also, don't forget to de-equip it before the end of the chapter.
Don't worry. I have my notes up in front of me. I'm not going to do that.
There are a few spots in my notes that are in all caps, bold-face, 48-point font.
Yellow highlighted
stupid.
background.
Yeah. I mean, if I moused over it, I'm sure it would play air horns. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh my god. MLG air horn is what I need in my life for that.
Whatever you do, just don't forget to take the accessory. So well done there.
Thank you.
If you were playing this on the Xbox 360 version, you would be staring at a prompt right after these cutscenes that says, please insert disc 2. Because on console for the Xbox, this game was actually shipped out on 3 different discs, and the first disc could only hold the first 4 chapters. So,
You must be tired.
yeah, we're gonna finish off this cutscene, save prompt, a few more. We'll learn how Snow really enjoys long walks on the beach and talking to his fiancée on a pier, and then it'll be time for disc 2.
Yep.
So, as far as the story goes here, the game likes to show you the action in the middle of it and occasionally fill in details with flashbacks. And this is one of those flashbacks here. So, a few days prior, Sarah has revealed that she's been turned into Illicey, the type of monster that these things change you into, and that makes her an enemy of everybody and a liability that could get Snow killed. So, because the government has a problem with it when that happens. So, she tries to break up with him, and he's just not having any of it. So,
Nope.
I mean, and I could see it either way. In some cases, if your partner comes to you and says, hey, something's happened and you might die, you'd go, great, let's fight it off. And some of us might go, okay, peace. So, Snow likes to think of himself as a hero, and he's definitely trying to fill the role here. So welcome back to Lightning and Hope. We're going to go ahead and spend all of the Crystarium points we picked up over the back half of Chapter 4.
Whoa, there we go.
And then we're going to put the Power Wristband and the Magic Mark onto Lightning and Hope, respectively. So, with those extra abilities, the Ravager are going to be able to throw a few extra spells and some elemental strikes in Lightning's case. And then her commando is also used to pick up Life Siphon, which gives you extra ATB when you kill an enemy. Not all these fights are going to be just one big bad. Some of them are going to be packs of smaller mobs.
and that's just going to make lightning spin like a helicopter.
Trust me to cover your turn and stay focused on moving forward.
Exactly.
One small unfortunate part of this is we're running around with Hope a lot, and Hope's a teenager while the rest of our party members are basically adults. So for whatever reason, Square decided to represent that by giving him a little bit shorter legs and a slower run speed. So while all the rest of our characters move at 100% movement speed, Hope is around 90 or 91%. So these things are going to be a little bit harder to dodge, on top of the fact that we've got panthers lunging at us and stuff like that.
Don't stray too far. Study your enemy's actions. That'll help you form a strategy.
So most of those were pretty good. There was only that one where the dog hit me, but it was past the battle zone, so that's totally fine. There's a couple that if you like have to retry them, you're really like far back, honestly. So
Yeah.
you can
It definitely cost you some time. You're right.
Concentration's important. Never lose sight of what's happening.
No. Okay. Also, say hi to the big behemoth. We'll be fighting a couple of those in a little bit.
Yeah, the game really doesn't tell you, hey, you don't have to fight everything. Except for one specific tutorial scene in Chapter 6, which we haven't seen yet. So
yeah,
you might not have realized that even though these guys are a little bit beefy, you can still run right by them.
Yeah. The behemoth's like AI is a little bit wonky though. You kind of have to stand directly in front of them so that they're slow enough so that they like go straight ahead. Because if you kind of go off on the side of them, like at an angle, they get a little confused and then they'll kind of turn around, and that's where their big beefy hitbox can be a big problem.
There are a lot of feral creatures here too. They're a little different from the military.
I can do this.
So we're gonna Libra again on these guys right here. These Lobos are weak to fire, so after we Libra right there, we're gonna use Fear and Fire. So Fear is the first one that we have that does like AoE damage.
Much like in the old Final Fantasy games where you had Fire 1, 2, and 3, and they would do more damage and have a greater area of effect each time. We've got that here as well with Fire, Fyra, and then eventually Firaga. Later on, there's also stuff for, or the same for Water and Arrow, Lightning.
Defenses are for containing the animals.
Yeah, so these guys are weak to fire, and you realize that
No!
by throwing Libra at them. They're also a real pain to dodge.
Yeah, because right there with Hope, because Hope is slow, like I could probably have dodged that with Lightning, but yeah, see, they kind of catch up to Hope, and usually I can just get it on the first try, but now this is going to be a bit of a pain.
That's fine. I'm sure you can manage to a juke and jive your way past them.
I'm going to try and...
Hope goes left. He goes right. He could go all the way.
Touchdown. Yeah.
Shoutouts to John Madden for no good
Indeed.
reason at all.
Even more violent.
So these four slugs are not really that bad of a fight, but if you do it just right with Fire and Blitz, you really only need one set of attacks to take the whole thing down.
Yep.
So coming up after this is going to be our first behemoth. That behemoth is, we need to stagger it pretty quickly, and we need to kill it in one stagger. So we throw out a Libra immediately. We realize that it's mostly weak to water attacks. And we have enough health to where we can just barely survive 2 attacks most of the time. As you can tell from looking at Hope's health right there. So, we've got Lightning swinging away as a Ravager in the background. We've got Hope throwing shots when he can. But Hope's primary role at the moment is just going to be to keep this thing stun locked while Lightning pushes out the rest of the damage. There's also a really neat optimization that's kind of hard to pick up on watching, but you might see it. Each roll has different bonuses, and Commando multiplies damage a bit. But you can make a roll bonus show up for an attack that was started in a different roll. It's the term we use for it specifically with commandos is com buffering. So you start a magic attack as a Ravager, and then between the windup and the actual hit, switch paradigms, and you get the commandos damage multipliers on top of the elements. All of that to say, there's a ton of slugs here, and they can melt through you real quick. So Trojan's doing a really good job of just blasting through all 10 of these crawlers.
Yep. You mind if I butt in real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So we actually just got a $30 donation from Sharky saying, "Yo, let's go Trojan, running a great game for a wonderful cause." And with that, we've hit over $1,700 raised for the charity.
Heck yeah. Awesome.
Amazing work, everyone.
And thank you, Sharky. And thank you also for commentating my run today.
Of course, man. When I heard you were going to be doing this for this group, I jumped at the chance to try to help out. So y'all are some wonderful people, and you're doing a great job here. So,
woo! Yeah, and 1,700. Yeah, that's quite a lot.
That's a big deal, and anything that helps when it comes to mental health awareness, any of those types of things is really important because, I mean, brains can be hurt the same way that your arm or your shoulder can be hurt, but you can't see it. You can't really look at something and tell, hey, that person could use some extra support, some extra help, any of that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So anything that you can do to support any number of causes that back up people, you're doing a wonderful thing. So
100% agree.
Thank you, everyone.
You
I didn't pre-clear that speech with the organization, so I hope I didn't make anyone nervous.
No, you were good.
Okay, good.
That was a
win
wonderful
if you
speech.
stay focused.
I'm here till Sunday.
Keep
Try
up
to
with
deal.
me, Hope.
So getting back to the game here, we've got another behemoth fight, but the story has finally gotten to the point where Lightning's decided, hey, good job leading, kid. Let me take over now. So it's the same fight, but we're controlling Lightning, who's doing a lot more damage and has some better attacks to throw at this guy. And you can kind of see that for as quickly as we got through the initial try, that was a lot cleaner and a lot faster.
Yeah.
I think 30-something seconds instead of 50 or 60.
Yeah, there's 37 I got right there.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, just because it's easier to kind of manage your allies like Ravager roles rather than Commando. Although later on in the run, like the late game, it's going to be crucial that we get those ATB refreshes while our allies are in Commando role.
I think one of the other pieces as well is when you're playing a Ravager or when your AI is doing the Ravager's duty, it's going to try to raise the gauge as much as it can. And there's a mechanic that says, hey, you get some extra chain if the last thing you did is not the same as the attack before it. So with those behemoths, because it knows it's water weak, it's going to go Aqua Strike, water,
Mm-hmm.
but your physicals hit so much harder than your magic spells do right now. So being able to manually input those 4 Aqua Strikes, you just do a lot more damage that way.
Yep.
So we have almost reached the end of Chapter 5 here. There are a few fights to skip. There is a big bike with a couple of soldiers we need to fight at the end. And then we're going to have to face off against a gigantic Pokemon, basically. I always get confused. Is Bulbasaur a grass type?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're a grass type, it means you have a large bulb on your back, and you can fight with any number of elemental properties. I definitely watched Pokemon, or
Keep your mind
not.
on the battle.
I think I will go with not. So, anyways, no spoilers. We need to take down this Velacycle. The bike hits really hard, and we've only got these 2 characters, so we're going to supplement the party with Odin. And now it simply becomes a question of how quickly can I raise the chain gauge in order to get the instant kill finisher to finish the bike. Because as you can tell, we're hitting this thing pretty hard, but its health isn't going down all that fast.
The storm is here.
So we'll get it up to roughly 500-600% after the hits on this finisher, and that's enough with how strong Odin is at this point to one-shot it.
Until next time.
The other 2 guys don't have much health, they kind of get one shot for free. So this also gives us a chance, I assume, to use a new drop that we just picked up in Aethersol. Aethersol is the 4th of the 4 Shroud types, and that particular one gives you a free full TP gauge. So even though we just summoned on the last fight, and it didn't give us enough of the resource to summon again, well, we'll throw another Shroud out and go ahead and let Odin hang out with Bulbasaur here. This is also the first time that we really need to use a Fortisol, because Haste, Bravery, and Faith are going to be... You got to push out a lot of damage to kill this guy in one stagger.
Yep.
This is basically the hardest fight of the first half of the game, so... Trojan's going to throw a few commando shots and a Libra, while Hope puts Protect on everybody. And then he's going to balance raising up the chain gauge and throwing potions at the right time to keep your party alive. Lightning can take, I think, usually up to 3 hits before she's gone. Hope kind of can only really take 2 in most cases. So you got to throw a lot of potions and hope that Hope is doing work.
Wow, the double dunk.
Whoa. The hardest ability that it's got is that throwing the seeds out of the top of its pouch. So at this point, we don't have enough Ravager abilities to throw the best spells at every element, so the best we could have gotten is Water or Lightning Weak, because Lightning has physical attacks for that. The next best is Fire Weak, which is what we happen to have actually grabbed here. And if we do it just right, we're going to be able to pop open the stagger.
Keep up with me.
Okay, we did. So basically now we're just off to the races to see if we can figure out a way to max out the gauge and melt through his health in time. Because we used our Ether Saw, we have Odin as a backup in case anything goes wrong. Or in some cases, we just have to use his instant kill finisher for the last bit. You may also notice that we're getting lots of fires from Hope. It's the big fire poofs. They do extra damage and more chain gauge than regular attacks. I hope you got enough damage in on this one, man.
I don't know if I did. I don't think I did.
This looks a little dicey.
Yeah. No.
Until next time.
Yeah, so we didn't get him low enough to get the instant kill, so yeah, unfortunately that's a retry, and that happens sometimes with these runs. So it's a really tight window to push enough damage down to either get the kill outright or get it from the Odin finisher.
Yeah.
So in often cases you'll have to have that chain gauge all the way up into the 8 and 900s just to have a shot. So for only having 2 party members and only being as developed as we are, it's pretty impressive just how much damage you can do. But that's okay. Second verse same as the first. Also, the elements he chooses are not predetermined. So, just because we got Fire Week last time does not mean he's going Fire Week this time. And doesn't mean he'll stay that way if he gets to a second shift. Did we get... Oh,
yeah, we got ice again, okay.
So that's fine.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, Lightning doesn't have access to Blizzard or any sort of ice-based strike. So, that's a retry. It's unfortunate. Yeah, if he goes Ice Week, you kind of just have to wait it out. Did you have a War and Peace in your deck, or how did you build that setup?
I'm supposed to like do a lot of like slash and burn like Comrade setups, but I didn't do that last time. That was my problem.
Okay.
So I didn't do enough damage.
Yeah, no worries. Some runners will put a paradigm with a medic in here just to stall out with, but it's kind of whatever you're comfortable with, dude.
Keep up with me, Hope.
So now that we've sacrificed Hope, we should be guaranteed to get the win on this track.
Time to switch it up.
I want to come in here and do some host duties, but this fight is intense.
I mean, it's
I mean,
okay
you're fine if you want to.
I'm personally staring at it so hard that I can't even look at my script.
If you've got any questions, if you want to butt in with anything that's going on, or want us to cover anything, please feel free. I don't have a hard script that I'm dedicated to right now. So.
Well, I just want to remind everyone that we do still have an awesome RBG Gold Rush exclusive shirt that is being sold at our website at sector6apparel.com/collection/RBG. You can type in exclamation merch in the chat We have plenty of other awesome merchandise representing for RBG Esports as well if you would like to. But yeah, get your hands on that shirt, because once this marathon is over, that shirt goes away until the next time, of course. But just also a reminder, you are also watching RBG Gold Rush, which is a new speedrun charity event by RBG Esports. We are definitely planning to host more in the future. And if you don't know what RBG is, we were founded in 2018 and have been the rising up in the esports world. From Rocket League to Counter-Strike, Fortnite to Smash, Halo to Valorant, RBG Esports is a name you won't want to forget in the esports universe. Now with the addition of this event, RBG Esports is entering the world of speedrunning. If you're interested in being a part of this new esports section of RBG, join the Discord. Just type in !Discord in chat. And we are, of course, looking
Until
for
next
content
time.
creators all alike, especially in the speedrunning world. We would love to help support speedrunners and all.
It's definitely a great group and a great cause you guys are running for today. Unfortunately, Protoflorian is not cooperating whatsoever today, so these are kind of just the breaks sometimes. But Trojan's still giving him all he's got, so we should be through here in just another couple moments.
I mean, to be fair, when I ran this game, we're about the hour and 41 minute mark. When I first played this game, I was still at the first boss. So, Trojan, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've definitely skipped over 2 hours of cutscenes by now, so... There is a runner in the community named Serena. She did a no cutscene skip speedrun of this game recently, and I want to say it was 12 or 13 hours long. So if you subtract away the normal any percent time, it's 7 hours of cutscenes just in the context of doing a run.
There we go.
It's also a real banger from the soundtrack here with Saber's Edge. So this is one of the better element choices we could have picked up. Oh no. That's okay. We got this, man. We got this.
I'm not sure how Hope died right there, because I'm pretty sure Hope was at full health. But
I'll have to maximize the screen a little bit more. It was shrunk down so I couldn't tell. Like a great man once said, if you get knocked off that horse, you just get back up and you eat that horse. Come eat that horse with us, Trojan.
eat this Bulbasaur?
I mean, it's a grass type. This is basically a vegetarian meal. I see nothing wrong with this. So once again, we get Protect slapped on. We throw a potion through our first main hit button. And now we're just trying to stack up as much chain as we can before we see what his first elemental weakness is.
Just hang on.
It should be coming up either now or on the next hit.
Oh, another physical attack.
I mean, I'll take the extra time here. That's not bad. Lightning, okay. Lightning is good for us because we have water and aqua strike, so we should be able to push out more damage during the stagger portion. Okay. So now that we've got him staggered, we want to keep him stun locked with as many
strikes as we can. The timing is a little bit different than pure ATB refreshes as quick as you can. In this case, we're going to be using sets of, I believe, 9 Aqua Strikes coming out of Lightning, and then a shift. So in this case, 4, 4, and 1 gets us 3 strings from Hope each time. The soundtrack crescendos, and oh yeah, we've gotten a lot more damage in this time. This should be pretty sick.
The storm is here.
Odin's finisher for safety. Comes up, let's do this.
There we go.
Until next time.
Nice. Well done, Trojan.
Thank you. Oops. Went to the ability menu. There we go.
So, we finally finished off the last boss of Chapter 5. We make sure that the equipment we're going to need for Chapter 6 is available. And then we go ahead and get to the end to skip some cutscenes here. So, Chapter 6 is a little bit of a breezy affair. It's a swamp and it is a pretty damp area, but we've got one upgrade menu to go through. We've got one big boss fight at the end, and the rest of it is just dodging and running past packs of enemies. So after an intense boss fight like that, from the speedrun's perspective, you kind of get about 10 minutes to catch your breath, and be ready for the next big encounter. So, also Saz has some fairly iconic lines
First things
that
first,
he says
we
through
need to
here.
clear these
Yeah.
woods.
I can't remember who the voice actor was for Saz. Reno something. Reno Wilson.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name either right now.
He actually had a guest role on, I believe, Mike and Molly as one of the main guy's friends and co-workers. So,
Oh, cool. Nice.
some of the actors are pretty well known from the cast here. Troy Baker is Snow, I believe. He's in about 80,000 of your favorite video games.
Oh, those. Oh my gosh.
That's okay.
They usually don't hop that far. That was really weird.
Yeah, sometimes dodges happen, but we're okay.
Yeah.
So, who else? I think Allie Hillis is Lightning. She did a lot of fantastic work. The lady that does Vanille, I think her name's Georgia Van Kornberg or something like that. Really
She's Australian, correct? I believe.
I think she is Australian, but she's also like an Australian that lived in Los Angeles for a number of years professionally. So Australian, but a little bit of American mixed into the accent. So
Yeah.
I don't know why they chose Australians for Vanille and Fang, but they just really wanted an accent that would show you that they're from a different place. I don't know.
I mean, it kind of works, honestly.
Sorry, my cat was yelling at me. I wasn't sure if that was coming up. And while we've got a couple of extra minutes here, I think our extra co-commentator might have been able to jump in with us. So I'm not sure if Pharaoh's on board yet. If she's not, she'll probably be jumping in the next few minutes. Pharaoh is a fantastic 13 trilogy runner, along with some other games from Portugal, and she plays this game much faster than I do. So I've been looking forward to her commentary today as well. As far as these upgrades, so with Vanille, we're focusing mostly on Saboteur because we have enough CP and enough access to reach Poison.
Poison does two things. It ticks away for damage based on just time. So the more seconds it's on there, the more percentage of the max health goes away. But more importantly, in this fight's case, it has 2 hits to its animation, so it keeps the enemy stun locked for a lot longer than other shots. Separately of that, Saz picks up a couple of extra buffs from his synergist. They are element-based buffs called end spells. I believe water and thunder in this case.
Correct.
And those buffs, if the enemy is weak to those elements, add an additional multiplier on top of things like bravery and deprotect, stuff like that. So basically take those numbers that you've seen and go ahead and multiply them by 2.
Yeah, it's a really massive difference. And there's actually a few fights later in chapter 10 that really help showcase the difference when you have those on there.
For sure. Important just we're picking up here a doctor's code. Now you might go, wait, we have a doctor's code already. Do they stack, or can multiple party members throw potions? We saw that with LeBro. It's a bit different in this case. So just like you can upgrade weapons and accessories, you can also dismantle them. And if you dismantle them, they will break down into sometimes components, sometimes other weapons. In this case, with the Doctor's Code, it breaks down into shrouds and also an item called an elixir. Now, elixir is really cool because it's a full heal, and it also completely refills your TP gauge, which we saw lets you throw a summon around, for example, with Odin, or throw Libros. Later we'll see a healing move called Renew from that as well, which basically just restores half health to the entire party in an instant. So, Elixir is the only item in the whole game that will refill that whole TP gauge, the same way throwing a potion or Phoenix down restores your health. So it's a very rare item. There's only 4 of them that you can get in the whole game, and we're going to pick up 2 of them for the speed run, both coming off of Doctor's Codes that you've seen so far.
Yep.
So all that to say, that's why there's 2 Doctor's Codes.
Exactamundo.
See. So, at this point, what's next? We've got a few more dodges. We're continuing to move through the story of the game. So, Lightning and Hope have their own stuff that's going on right now, where they're trying to develop Hope into a person while they figure out how to basically outrun the army and figure out a way to complete their focus. Meanwhile, Saz and Vanille have gotten kind of left off on their own, and they're trying to make it through to a town called Nautilus, because Nautilus has a lot of big parties, there's a lot of people. They figure out they can make some kind of progress on what's going on, or at least catch up to everyone else if they go to a big town like that.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. So, while Lightning and Hope went through the Whitewood and that big crystal-looking forest, we've gone through first a big swamp and now these rocky shores. And none of these fights are mandatory throughout this entire area that Saz and Vanille are going through. So we still haven't fought anything since we killed Bulbasaur.
Yeah, so the other thing too that's really neat in this area casually is that there's those little orbs that can shift between essentially rainy weather and nice sunny weather, and it changes the types of enemies that are out here in each area. And the cool thing is that we're already in the rainy weather, and rainy weather is actually better. It has a lot of the slower enemies like the frogs, the gremlins. So we don't actually have to change the weather at all, which is better for a speedrun. We don't have to wait, and it's quite a long animation too. It's really neat, but it is quite a long animation.
Yeah, the only place I've seen it used in a speedrun context is dodgeless speedruns, but that's kind of a category that just one or two people mess with right now. Somebody thought it would be fun if we do all the usual stuff. We just have to fight every enemy that we run into its battle zone. So, okay, we finally get to fight something. These are the Wonder Twins, Enki and Enlil. Now, they do a lot of damage, and they apply Deprotect to your party members as well, so the game's expecting you to have a lot of health here, and needs a way to melt through it, and yeah, we don't have that, and we're kind of just gonna fight fire with fire here. Or, in the case of Enki, fight fire with lightning, because thunder.
Hey, just gonna butt in real quick here. We actually got another donation from Richard and Go saying with $20 saying, "Yo, what's up, Trojan? Good luck on the run and sending all of the love and energy over to you. Great job so far, and hopefully the rest of it goes well."
Thank you so much, Richard.
Richard is a wonderful guy. I think his Twitch name is his name spelled backwards, so we
That is
pronounce it
correct.
Augendrocker, something like that. He's done Ori, he's done a number of things. One of the most polite and nicest dudes you'll ever meet. I want to say both from Games Done Quick and from Limit Break events I've run into him before. So. As far as this fight goes, we staggered as quickly as we could and then killed off with thunder-based attacks to take down the first one. For the second one here, it's kind of the same thing, except we're doing our best to spam poison to keep it stun locked as best.
Beauty!
Once these things are staggered, they throw big attacks around as if they can get them off. The Trojan's too good a player for that and doesn't let them.
Do not try that at home.
You are a professional.
Semi-professional.
Hey, I think you're doing a great job here, man.
Yep, so that's it for Chapter 6. And so this cutscene up here is actually one of the probably the most emotional cutscenes in the whole game itself. And fortunately, it's one of my favorites in general, because I think that Saz and Vanille are they're kind of how they travel together and their development kind of as friends along the way is kind of really interesting, and this is a really key one for that. So unfortunately we don't get to see that cutscene, but yeah, it's definitely wanted to shout it out, because I think that one of the things that's really understated about this game, while maybe some of the plot points people don't have with, I feel like the character development is honestly really top notch.
Yeah. Regardless of how they pace out the story, definitely some of the characters and some of the things that they represent are both very good and strong role models. I mean, Saz in particular is one of the few examples I think you see in a lot of games of not only a strong father figure, but a strong father that is a person of color. So it's, I think him and Barrett are the only two that I can remember in the whole Final Fantasy series. So the way that they developed his character and showed just how much not only all of his party members mean, but also his son Dodge means to him. They did a great job with that.
Yeah, 100% agree.
I think we also have our other couch member here. Pharaoh, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear
Hey!
me?
Yeah! Hey, what's up, Pharaoh? How's it going?
What's up? How's the run? Been trading is Trojan.
Outside of Protoflorian, it's been going fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, it's normal that Proto just says no one day, wakes up grumpy, and just kills you. It's fine.
Yeah, and I've been picking up all the new like physical route stuff recently, and that's like the one big change. And so, of course, in practice I was doing fine, but then I got hit with some exo ices, and it was a bit of a struggle. But we got through it, and we're into chapter 7 now. Well,
yeah.
Pharaoh is coming to us across the pond from Portugal, so much further into the night that it's actually morning now. So
yes.
Yeah. Thank you very
Early
much.
morning. It's fine. So we're going through this underground section. We're doing this essentially to escape from the army, and well, Lightning and Hope just
It's the city's food production town.
trying to make ends meet, trying to reach Hope's house so he can talk to his dad, who has no idea how he's doing.
Yeah, we kind of didn't touch on that part of the story, but Hope is not traveling alone on that train in Chapter 1. His mom shows up. His mom is a really tough lady. In fact, that's a classic line.
Mm-hmm.
Moms are tough. But unfortunately, Mom was not protected by plot armor, and she didn't survive the first chapter. So one of the first scenes you see with Hope himself is him watching his mother's demise, and that kind of is the entire catalyst for his character arc through the first half of the game. Because not only did he see that happen, but he saw that while his mom was fighting alongside with Hope, with Snow.
Alongside with Snow, and he blames Snow for her death. So he just wants, for now, to kill Snow.
Yep. And we'll see in a little bit why that gets a little bit kind of awkward.
So this is a very tricky dodge, especially if you fail it the first time. At least in my experience, it gets harder on the retry. So most of the time, if people fail it once, they're just gonna use the Deceptizol. Yep. This Deceptizol will last all the way across to the next dodge, and it doesn't even lose that much time to cancel it because you're going to need to wait for an elevator cycle anyway.
Oh, I never thought of actually doing that. I'll do that next time.
Yeah, you can carry it across the next farm dodge, and it lasts.
Yeah, those last two, they're not as bad as some of the others, but they can catch you on a bad day. So.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is one of the unfortunate parts about running on PC, is that with the faster frame rate, this next fight is not 100% free. This was actually the longest break I could ever find running on console, because I had a wireless controller and I could run to the restroom and auto this whole thing.
For me, it was on chapter 9. We'll talk about it once we get there. But for now, we are going to be creative with Shiva's assault.
One of my favorite lines on the finishers is coming up right here.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of things about Snow I don't like, but this one I definitely like.
And cool them off!
We needed to do all of that alternating between the two Gestalt moves to make sure we didn't lose the stagger on the Orion, otherwise it wouldn't die. Very well played.
If you
I got every single drop!
Wow,
sweet!
You really did.
Oh yeah, let's go.
So the idea there is that if you don't finish it all off with Shiva, you'll have to fight the rest of them off yourself. And Snow's the only person in your party, so
yep.
You've noticed probably how difficult some of the fights can be when you've got 2 people parties. When you're by yourself, you can't do a whole heck of a lot. So these were always some of my favorite dodges, just because you've got these giant packs of dudes, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll let you buy. This is fine."
And there's a specific dodge coming up right here. Not this next one, but the one after that. I tried to run in a directly straight line across, because otherwise, that little Reaver dude over there can cause some serious problems.
Yeah, the one in the far back just loves to lunge forward, and he's much.
Oh
faster.
yeah, no, this is one of the worst dodges in Chapter 7. That was clean.
Yeah. Sometimes if that the white armor dude like decides, hey, I'm gonna take a sidestep to the right, you're probably screwed and you're gonna have to like retry. But thankfully, just kind of backed up directly into and didn't move. And here's a very quick Fang portion of this part of Chapter 7.
So
Oh yeah,
everybody say
welcome
hi.
to the Fang section of the speedrun.
Everybody say hi to our 6th party member.
Yep.
Okay, now everybody say bye to our 6th party member.
Bye, Fang.
Fang is actually a really cool character, and used to feature extremely heavily into the speed run. Unless I think I'm pretty much the only person that regularly uses her now, and I don't have a good excuse for it. I just want to.
You don't need a good excuse to play with Fang. Fang is just super cool.
Thank
you. Shoutouts to Plat%, but Fang is actually the most used character in the entire run.
Yep,
because he's absolutely broken with the full Crystarium, which 5% has to get.
I mean, having a commando that's also a sentinel, that's also a saboteur, is like incredibly broken for like late game stuff. It is when you can actually build it out.
Even if you don't work on the saboteur too much, her first ability is slow, and that by itself can make it to where a lot of the damage that you're taking in just kind of doesn't happen so much. Or if it does, you're powered up enough to where you just steamroll the enemy before it gets a chance.
Yeah, the big reason why Fang was used before was because of slow, which made especially the final bosses completely trivial. Since we're using Snow, Trojan is actually going to have a challenge.
I'm just gonna... I was thinking about sneaking through right there, but I was like, eh...
Yeah, no.
I don't know about that one.
This dodge is also one that I really like, because you just step back before they ever notice you're there, and they blow right by.
Yeah, and then they can't catch you. It's very nice.
When I was growing up, my little brother's favorite movie was Top Gun, so about 5,000 times in my life I've heard, I'm going to slam on the brakes, they'll blow right by. And the other guy's like, you're going to do what? Exact same situation right here. You just step back and the jetpacks go flying right past you.
Also, I want to mention, welcome to the Blinded by Light section of Chapter 7.
Oh, gosh.
And say goodbye to the Blinded by Light section of Chapter 7.
So, remember how we mentioned that Hope really wanted to kill Snow?
Hey, wait up.
Well, because
they're together now.
Yeah,
all on their own.
The two of them are alone now, trying to run through this section. Which Snow hasn't quite caught on just how much of a murder feel that Hope has got going right now. He's eventually going to realize what's going on and do his best to, handle things appropriately. But this part of the story kind of grows up Snow just as much as it's trying to grow up Hope.
It fails to grow up Snow.
I mean,
You
try
want
the
it to
appropriate
grow
word.
snow, but does it really?
Heroes don't need plans. Anyway, so we're doing a few neat things here with these dodges because these bikes are just about impossible to dodge by hand.
Yeah, you need Decepticons for these dodges.
And it used to be that we use a Decepticol and pick up a chest here that had another one in it. But we figured out that summons are really good for the upcoming boss fight. So we use 2 separate Decept cancels here, and between the 2 of them, we're able to get through all 3 or 4 of these bikes. And it doesn't cost us our shroud because once we get past, we run back into the zone and retry before it falls off.
Alright, I got pretty lengthy shop
These
stuff
2
coming
Decept
up.
councils make this section a little downtime, but they are crucial because these fights are murder and they will catch you. Right. For this menu, we are going to sell most of the stuff that we have been hoarding this whole time, especially all of the components we are not going to use. And then we're going to buy certain materials to upgrade both Lightning and Snow's weapon. Even though we aren't going to use Lightning for the late game, she is still, I think, the character that is used the most, just because there's so many mandatory fights with her. So it is worth to upgrade her weapon for the few fights the few next fights you're gonna have to do with her.
Yep. Also, shouts to 3 incentive chips.
That's a lot of extra cash.
That is.
Yeah, this will make the... So now we are, at this point, we are already looking at the menu we are going to have for the Chapter 9 menu, which is the tightest menu-wise in the entire run, and this looks fantastic. You should have more than enough to afford that entire menu in a single sitting.
So generally speaking, 36 of our best organics are going to get us to 3 times multiplier for upgrades. And once you've hit 3 times, you're good to go. There's just a couple exceptions, either because our best speedrunners are optimized to say, why would I scroll across to get 6? I'll just get 41, who cares? Because it's fewer button presses. But this menu is a little different because it uses 2 separate mechanical components for extra experience. So it goes 15 and 34 to set that up right. In the meantime, we have Ushi 1 or Tiamat -3. So
I've never heard it called that. That's pretty good.
So yeah, Pharaoh, do you want to explain why this is such a exciting fight to deal with?
Yeah, so for now, we are essentially waiting for it to use an attack called Tailhammer. Tailhammer launches, it deals damage, and it's generally a pain to deal with. So we're just going to deal some damage to it while we're waiting for it. Then we're going to queue up a summon during Tailhammer. This will dodge the attack and get Shiva going. Shiva is a much better partner than Hope, because she will heal Snow, keep him in adrenaline range, which is an ability we just got, and also draw aggro from Ushumgal without us having to worry about it. He uses Overdrive. Before Overdrive, it's actually pretty hard to stagger this guy. After Overdrive, his chain resistance drops, so he becomes a lot easier to stagger. And the rest of the fight is just, while Shiva is working on chaining, we are going to kill it. With just more attacks.
Oh, and Hope's dead. Nice.
You don't really need Hope all that much for this.
Yeah, you
though.
don't
This
need
is
Hope. We try to keep the only real tech in this fight is keeping snow in the air, so you avoid the long ATB shift, paradigm shift animation. Other than that, it's a pretty straightforward fight. Shiva was the mist really early though.
Oh,
Yep.
Shiva might have eaten a tail hammer or something like
No,
that.
Shiva
did eat a tail hammer.
but this should be fine.
So we skip a few cutscenes, and now we've come to the point to where Fang and Lightning have realized something's up, something's wrong. Hope is stuck with Snow, so Lightning realizes that Snow is about to be a goner, and they've decided they really need to try to catch up and make it to where they were. So if some of these areas we're running through look similar to where we were a minute ago, it's because they're the place we were just a minute ago. So some of these dodges are a little bit tricky, especially the two
Orions coming up. There are two different ways of doing this dodge. One of them is using a Deceptizol, and the other is trying to manipulate their movement so that they are forced to turn towards Fang without actually moving. Most runners will opt for the Deceptizol though, because trying to manipulate their movement is really tricky, and if it doesn't work, then you're just gonna lose time over having to use a Deceptizol.
It's a little more practical on console. On PC with the faster FPS, it's definitely tough.
Yeah, as long as you camera trick. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
On console, you can just camera trick over through that dodge and you'll be fine.
Yep.
We did have fun explaining camera tricking. Because, you know, just like when you're in the second grade, if you can't see the enemies, they can't see you. We get a couple more dodges here, and then we get a revisit from the Ushi boss that we just got through. Ushi 2 is a few different phases. With Hope, we're going to just try to lose this fight as quickly as we can. We'll then retry, do a menu, and the real battle begins.
Yes. This is Hope's solo fight. You aren't meant to win this. The fight ends either when Hope dies or when you deal 5% damage, and it's just faster to let Hope die.
Yeah, we actually avoid giving him much of any Crystarium so that he will lose this part.
Always die in 2 hits.
Yeah.
The second part of the fight is actually the second longest fight in the entire run.
Yeah, if everything goes right with this fight, it's still going to take over 3 minutes.
Yeah. Just because this party isn't really set up for a lot of offensive power, so we're trying to make ends meet with we're trying to make ends meet with Hope, because Lightning and Fang deal more than enough damage. Hope is just kind of there.
He gives a little chain boost. He's going to do something, but yeah, he's not in the same class as a fighter as the other two are.
Yeah. Yeah, for now we're trying to get some levels. We grabbed Adrenaline on Fang, which is very important too. We also grabbed Smite. If everything goes well, we're going to see Smite exactly in this fight and then in no others. We also grabbed Thundara on both Hope and Lightning. You saw Trojan use Libra on the Hope solo section of the fight, because we need to give our party information that Shoot 2 is weak to Thunder, so Lightning and Hope will only use Thunder-based spells. To start off the fight and gain some duration without going into Commando, we are going to actually spam slow. I'm not sure if this was talked about, but Commandos are the one that give the most stagger duration, and in second place is actually Saboteurs. So instead of using attacks to build the chain duration, we are just gonna spam spells.
We did
while
mention
Lightning and Hope work on staggering this guy.
Yeah, we did mention back in Chapter 4 that in the absence of a commando, a saboteur could be used to put some stickiness on the chain gauge, but it bears repeating here that, if you just auto-battle, the game's going to go, great, you stuck that debuff, I don't have to care about it anymore. But you can manually repeat the same buff over and over and use it to spike the chain gauge in a way kind of like you would a Ravager. So once this thing is
Trojan is doing this beautifully. We want to keep Ushu in the air as much as possible.
Yes! There we go.
That was smooth.
Very nice first stagger. Yeah, we do not have the damage to kill this guy in a single stagger. That's why this fight is so long, because we actually need to stagger it twice. But yeah, while he's staggered, we want to keep him in the air as much as possible, while Lightning and Hope spam Thunderas and you just spam attacks. And try to time the smite, because smite is insanely strong. It will only trigger on launched enemies at the end of stagger. For the second stagger, this is also looking very nice.
Yeah.
Basically, we're just keeping it stun locked in the air with Fang being our primary damage dealer, and Lightning's going to chip in a lot towards the end because we can skip her over to Commando. But we don't even need that at this point.
Very clean fight, Trojan.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did so well on first phase. Second phase, you didn't even have to go all out.
Nope.
Yeah.
Whew. All right, Hope's house. Now we get to meet the one and only dad of Hope, and we had to have a nice little kumbaya session.
He's so important.
Also, Hope and Snow have totally made up by now.
Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, Snow tries to protect Hope, even though Hope wants to kill him. And says, you know what, we'll get through here, and if you're still angry at me, I'll let you kill me. And that's enough to make the kid kind of come to his senses a little. So, unfortunately, the army has caught up to us.
Welcome to the worst fight of the run.
Inside the house.
No one likes this fight, and if you think you're wrong.
Yeah, so those jetpacks fire missiles. They do a lot of direct damage. And you're not really all that well set up to deal with that many big shots at once.
Let's do it.
So, an instant summon, and then we'll push through here with what little Gestalt we can make to hopefully stagger and finish everything. So, if everything is staggered right at the end, then the finisher will probably...
if everything is staggered, everything dies. The problem is you can almost never stagger everything.
It's hard to tag everything in the little time you've got before the finishers.
Okay.
Well done.
Hey, that's still good.
Only one survived. Yeah, that's fine. But the problem with this fight is that everything, while like Odin will ideally tag everything and make them not attack you and attack him instead. But if they attack Lightning, then Odin will just use Kyoraga and not aggro. So they will still continue to attack Lightning, and it becomes a vicious cycle where you cannot build Gestalt, you cannot build Chain, you cannot do anything because they keep stun locking Lightning, and Odin just keeps healing you. It's like, you can't get out of here, like, please. It's awful.
Well, at least the second fight was really nice.
Yeah, the second fight is very straightforward. Just chain them and kill them.
not gonna just give up and go away.
Try not to get lost. At least here.
So we'll pick up an extra accessory here because it's a second physical accessory, and that's going to help. We'll shuffle a few things around and upgrade lightning, but only lightning here, to set up for another boss called Havoc Sky Tank. So Sky Tank is probably a memorable fight if you've been through a casual playthrough, because it's a big mechanical ship that floats in the air that you can't actually run up and punch. So if you played through using auto battle, you probably saw all of your characters throw magic at it and chip away at all the pieces until they fall down. But that's not the best way to go, because you might notice that lightning has a much better version of Squall's weapon. She's got a gun blade, but not only is it shaped like a gun, it shoots bullets.
Yes.
So, we...
Also, this is an amazing strat.
So we use a quick summon so that we can cancel its first big laser blast, and then we manually select attacks on lightning, because those attacks will make her actually shoot bullets out of that gun blade.
This is the only fight where we can do this. So we just abuse it, because look at the speed of those attacks, it's so fast. If we could actually manipulate lightning to always do attacks like that instead of with the regular blade part of the gunblade, we would probably put lightning on the lead for the rest of the run. That's how broken those attacks are.
Lightning's quirk. Done.
So I'm going to go on this so that Hope gets protect on Fang.
So with the upgrades that we've got, we've basically been able to kill off all 4 of the parts before Odin ran out of time and let your party come on back. So now that they're all here, we just need to stagger and then finish off the main body of the tank, and it's done.
Yeah. So you see that the chain gauge before he opened the cannon was 999%. As soon as he opens the cannon, it drops to 200. Even though the stagger isn't going to stop him from throwing throwing a blast at you, it's still very important that you stagger him, so you can deal more damage and kill it in 2 strings. That was a clean Sky Tank too.
I'm hoping I got all of my bad juju out on Protoforian.
Hopefully.
Same.
And now we're in chapter 8 right now, which is the overall shortest of the chapters. This is pretty much, we're in Nautilus right now, just like Sharky was mentioning earlier. So Vanilla and Saz has arrived here. And it's this kind of like bustling town. Lots of like fun stuff going around. So the first part of it's kind of like cutesy and stuff, like, oh, what's going on, stuff like that. A little bit of backstory going on and the cutscenes for skipping. And then we're going to be doing our second mini game. And I believe after this, there's no more mini games. I believe there's just the 2.
Do you want me to fill in kind of the backstory here for a little bit?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, the reason that Saz was on that train in the first place has to do with the big monster Anima that we fought in Chapter 2. That monster wasn't always in the place it had been. It was in another area of town, and Saz and his son Dodge just happened to be going through a tour of, I think, a power plant out there when Anima was discovered to be there. So,
yep.
What's kind of been shown but not explained yet is that Fang and Vanille were also present that day, and their presence caused Anima to go I'm in trouble. I need something to defend me. It reaches out to the closest human it can, and that just happens to be Saz's 5-year-old son, Dodge. He's roughly 5. I don't know, maybe 4, 6, something like that. But
Yeah.
I
definitely,
think he's 4.
definitely
He's very young.
kindergarten age or less for sure. So, when that happens, um, you know, Saz is trying to find answers. He needs to find some kind of way to do something to help his son, and that's how he gets looped into this whole thing. And as we're going through Nautilus, with all the parade that's going on, with everything that's happening, Vanille is slowly coming to the realization that all of the pain and anguish that Saz has been going through is directly because she and Fang showed up at this power plant because they figured fighting the big anima monster would jog their memories about why they were there in the first place.
Yep.
So, all that being said, on that
All
day,
that being said, and all of that despair out of the way, right now we are chasing the Chocobo chick.
why is the Chocobo chick there? Well, on that day where they went out for, a trip together, father and son trip, Saz actually bought a baby Chocobo chick for his son Dodge. And the chick liked them so much that it decided to go right up into Saz's hair and nest there. And that's its home now. So, if you're wondering if you should either like or dislike 13.2, because I think somebody mentioned that earlier, for some reason, through the magic of time and space, that Chocobo chick actually becomes a fan service character. So I don't know if that will make you want to play that game more or less, and I'm not judging you in either way. But just to let you know that the Chocobo chick does have a name and is in fact
This is like one of those full disclosure things.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna be
So
honest, I actually didn't know that.
this menu is to prepare for the 2 fights in 3 fights, but the first one is completely free of Chapter 8. We are going to grab certain very important abilities. We also grabbed an accessory slot for Saz, so we can put a new accessory on it. For Saz, the important thing that we got was Enfrost, so he can imbue his attacks with ice properties. And the second important thing we got was Blitz. Blitz is insanely broken. Blitz is what makes Saz Blitz, and the ability to throw end spells is what makes Saz the lead for our fight. Blitz will throw 7 bullets in a cone in front of Saz. Each one of those bullets has a 0.6% multiplier, I think.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, if you hit all 6 bullets, all 7 bullets, no other character can deal as much damage as Saz. Except for Fang in the late game. Which is the big reason why he's going to be used as our lead character throughout the rest of the run. For Vanille, we got a couple of spells to help her chain a little bit more, and Overwhelm, which also increases her chain.
So because Saz is going to be able to throw out that wall of bullets here, on a smaller enemy, it may not be that great. On a large enemy, especially one that comes right up close to you, all those bullets are going to hit, and that damage is going to stack up a lot faster than regular attacks. So this fight here against Midnight Reaper is a good representation of that. Because you're going to be pumping out a lot of damage, especially if we can manage to stick Deeper Tech. Now, some people actually change their routes up entirely just to make it more likely that that one buff sticks, because when it doesn't, it's miserable.
Yeah. This fight is it showcases like everything. It showcases how broken Poison and the Deep Protect are, but especially Deep Protect. It showcases how broken End spells are, and it showcases how broken Blitz is when combined with an End spell and Bravery. Deep Protect sticked, so that's already very good. Some runners will skip Poison entirely, but I think with the new strat, which Trojan is doing, most people will try and get that Poison going.
I'm a fan of Poison personally, but I can understand why some people want to skip it.
Oh, getting serious now.
There we go.
So Trojan, I'm going to stick in for one more fight, and then I'm going to have to dip out for a couple hours and try to pitch back in at the end.
Okay.
I think we're going to call these nap strats, so
Okay.
you might have to wish me luck on this.
I will give you all of the RNG for that and the NRG.
Trust my fate to the heart of the cards here.
Exactly.
I did want to stick in for wacky strats. This particular fight is great just because the strategy is a little bit off the wall. With the development we've got at this point, Saz does have a Ravager, but it only knows fire, and Brynhilder, she throws fire spells everywhere. So what we eventually figured out is that with the modifiers and the element that comes with End Frost, the Gestalt bar will treat every one of those individual little blitz bullets as a tiny blizzard spell, basically.
The amount of Gestalt you can get with the Commando in this fight is absolutely disgusting. It's one of the fastest Eidolon fights because of that.
Yeah, as long as you do an attack and then you do a blitz, it thinks each one of those blitz bullets is an elemental attack to ramp up the gauge, and yeah, that 50 seconds, that whole boss is gone.
That's an insanely good Brynhilder too.
Yeah, I got really lucky with those first couple. They were like right up next to me.
She wanted a hug.
Yeah, we want her to be as close as possible to Saz, so more blitz bullets hit. So the closer she is to you for longest, the faster the fight is gonna go, and she was pretty close.
Yep.
That's very nice.
Okay. Well, guys, I'll let you pick it up for Chapter 9, and I'm gonna try to make sure I'm back around 12 or 13 or so. So.
Okie doke.
Thank you
so much for covering that first half, mostly solo. So I appreciate it.
Should I drop off the call entirely here, or just mute myself and come back?
If you want to mute, I think that's probably fine. Just mute.
Okay. Sounds like a plan then. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye.
Oh, I did wrong.
Hey, in the meantime, I just want to say we just got a $5 donation from Anonymous saying, can we get one last $5 train going? Let's hit $1,800.
Sounds good.
We got 26 viewers in the stream right now. I think if everyone can get $5 in, we'll get real close to it.
The storm is here.
Alright, we're just about to be done with the first Chapter 9 fight. This is exactly like the first fight in Hope's House, but a lot more consistent and a lot faster. You just get chain on everyone with the blitzes, then change duration with the blitzes, then throw Thandaras, hop on the horsey, and just spam circle until everyone is staggered. Then they all just die to Zonted. This next menu We are going to use a bunch of generates to set up the paradigm deck exactly as we wanted. This setup is going to last through the majority of Chapter 9.
Yep.
There's a lot of mandatory fights that we need to do here, and this deck will set it up nicely. The only thing we are going to use is Ravagers, Commandos, and Saboteurs. Like, just from this point forward and until very late in the run, we are just going to go all in. No defensive paradigms whatsoever. We are full on glass cannon. We kill things before they kill us, or we cry.
And some fights cry more than others because of that.
We're going to also develop a little bit of lightning and fang. We get smite and launch on lightning, even though we're not necessarily going to use it. Smite can be used fringely in very niche situations against the final boss on this chapter, and it is very important on a boss in chapter 10. But ideally, we are not going to need it for now. Rearrange equipment, so we maximize the strength on Fang. We also got an accessory slot on Fang, so we can give her a little bit more damage.
Oh, that's dead.
Now for the second fight of Chapter 9, we are going to try and make Hope not die, even though this can be easier said than done. But essentially, we just need to. Although in the other fight we could have done staggered everything at the same time, since we were using Odin. For this fight, we need to stagger all enemies one at the same time, and just kill one of them at a time. Fog on Fang is whatever. Fog stops you from doing spells, but Fang is just whacking him with their spears, so.
It's like that soldier has the wrong read on the fight, man. I don't know what he's trying to fog Fang for, but yeah. I chuckled. I was like, that's funny. And I normally don't see that because usually Hope's still alive. But since I was like, I'm not going to burn a Phoenix down.
Use Fog on Hope or on Lightning, or Pain on Lightning or Fang. When Pain will stop physical abilities, which is a little more upsetting, but that's the best possible scenario.
Yep.
All right. Next, this is a section with a lot of very tricky dodges. Especially on PC, these ones are a little bit harder because they notice you fast and can get you even faster. For most of the time, we are just going to decept through this, but decepting is a little bit slow. A little bit of camera tricking and luck will get you through most of these. And so far, it's going well.
Yeah, once I figured out the camera tricking for that first dodge, it's probably 80% of the time it's fine. But there are some times where they don't play nice.
You can do the 2 flying soldiers on PS3, which is the camera trick too, but that does not work on PC. We need to decept past all of these now. Because the watch drones are very fast, the flying dudes are even faster, and you don't have a lot of room to just duck in and hide. So we just decept past all of this. Do you have 6 deceptizols?
I have 5. I got 1 bonus decept because I go 4-3 usually.
Oh, okay.
So I got a bonus decept afterwards. So I'm gonna use it on Gelatitan.
Yeah. Skip a bunch of cutscenes, and now we are going to cancel this one on the hallway, and hopefully the rest of the dodges in this hallway inside section are trivial, but they can troll you sometimes and just run straight and lightning.
Yeah, definitely. And like this one in particular is very weird. It's like, well, they're all in this line, and then after you retry, it's like, well, I guess we're just kind of off in the corner on the left. So
yeah. even doing the dodge normally, rather, even doing the dodge without the decept, they don't react to lightning's presence at all.
Just gonna do that this time.
Oh.
That one huntress was just kind of
Yeah,
running off into a weird direction.
Yeah, the huntresses most of the time they just look at you and it's like, okay, fine, I'll let you go through. But if they want to catch you, they will.
Yeah.
The story so far, while we do these dodges, is after Chapter 8, Saz and Vanille get caught by the government and the army. And the rest of the party who was safe on a ship of allies who are actually supporting them see on the news that they have been captured and they're going to be publicly executed. And they're like, no way, man, we're gonna save Saz and Vanille. We also need to save that Chocobo chick so she can become fan service on 13 too.
Oh my god.
So yeah, they just invade this massive airship, which is the biggest ship of Cocoon, trying to find them. Meanwhile, Saz and Vanille actually managed to escape from their confinement, and that's why we have a little bit of time controlling them. This setup is going to last for the 2 fights we're going to do with them before the parties merge again. For Saz, the most important thing is getting haste. Haste is a very important ability because it makes everyone go faster. We like going fast.
Yeah.
You would normally also have to remove this doctor's code, but since we have an extra Fortizol, we don't actually need that that Fortizol, which is very nice. Oh, got interrupted there. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, the chunks. There we go.
Nice.
Oh, that didn't actually kill it? Oh my god, it is like 1 HP.
Damn.
There we go. Good job, Vanille. Getting deprotect on both of them.
Yeah, getting deprotect on both of them is very nice. The flans are a little bit faster if you get the preemptive, but not fast enough that it makes the retry worth if you don't get it. If you don't get it, you just buff a little bit more spells and then kill them. Ooh, nice dodge. That was sexy.
Like this thing's gonna
Alright.
For now, we are going to say goodbye to Saz and Vanille, and remember that the menu that's most tight on money is on Chapter 9. It's gonna happen. Some runners will do it here, others will do it on the next lightning section.
I do it on the next one.
Okay, I do it here.
Fair enough. I used to do it here, but then I was like, you know what? I will actually do it outside where I'm already kind of camera tricking and stuff.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just a little bit more movement, doing a little bit more dodges. Oh, decepting this is actually really smart. Not for the first dodge, it's just soldiers, those are whatever, but the third dodge is 3 Vikings, which are very fast. If they feel like catching you, they absolutely will, so it makes the Deceptizol here completely worth, especially since the battle zone is very small, so cancelling it after you're through is like doesn't take even a second.
And we're gonna pick up another Phoenix down here right after this little dodge in the center of this platform, just for some more safety, money safety in general.
money safety, but also this is the last Phoenix Down chest we're going to get, and Phoenix Downs might be important for late game. It's nice to have a couple on hand in case things go wrong, and things can go wrong very quickly in this game. And the solo Thermodon dodge is very interesting. We'll see. Yeah, you just,
Play
even
nice.
though this guy looks like he's blocking the entire path, you can force him out, leave the battle zone, and that will force him to back away from you, which creates a wide enough opening that you can go across. That was very nice. Sometimes that guy controlled you too. And for this fight, we want to... Oh, you got Aeroga. So the Vespid soldier will do attacks on cycles. If he starts glowing, that means he will do Aeroga, which deals a lot of damage, and you don't want to deal with that. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I was just I had a moment there.
Okay.
Follow the old man's lead.
After the Vespid soldier is dead, instead of buffing and thunder, these guys are weak to water, so we buff and water, and then we need to get a little more chain duration. We already have the deep protect, so we don't need anything else. Just stagger it, so we can actually deal damage to his shell, and then kill.
Follow the old man's lead.
And this is a very nice manipulation. So we go on Vanille meds to make sure she doesn't attack, so the Thermodon comes closer, and so Blitz bullets hit more, and then kill it. Okay. Nice fight.
I went to Tide Turner at the end right there instead of Slashing Word.
Yeah, for Iaroga, for the very fast Iaroga, this is completely fine. Alright, and now for this section, we are going to look at the floor for a while.
And hope that this Viking does not do anything weird. Okay, good.
Nice. Yeah, all of these dodges are better than with the camera trick. Just makes them a lot more consistent. And we are going to do that menu now. Basically sell everything we don't need, sell all of the weapons that we have been collecting, and then buy several upgrade materials. These ones are gonna go for the upgrade on the Brawler's wristband that is currently on Fang. Wow, you have so much money.
Yeah, I have a lot of money.
The Brawler's wristband, we are going to catalyze it into a Warrior's wristband level 8. This item is so good, we are going to carry it throughout the rest of the run. Oh yeah, we're also going to buy a Shaman's Mark to manipulate Saz's AI into doing into doing spells on the next fight. But yeah, just upgrade the brawlers to maximum level, then throw in the Uraninite we got on what's the name? On the Havoc Sky Tank fight. And it becomes a Warrior's Wristband level 8 with a lot of strength, which is going to be very important throughout the rest of the game. He also already, Trojan also already upgraded the Doctor's Code. We are going to dismantle it later. For now, we are going to stick with it. Because we don't need to dismantle it here, we can just dismantle it later with the second one.
Yep.
Makes it a little more convenient. Now for the final dodges of this chapter, and then the Kalavinka fight, which is divided into two because it's two different enemies. The first one is very straightforward. We just want... we get Libra information, so Hope and Lightning know not to hit it with Thunder because he resists Thunder. And then get slow on him, stagger it, and kill it. Resistance to slow for this guy isn't actually that deep, but on the second fight they get a lot more debuff resistances, so we might just take a while trying to get those debuffs going. While he's staggered, he's just permanently interrupted, which makes it very simple.
Yeah, and even if Hope dies right here, it's not really the end of the world.
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal if Hope dies.
Yeah,
On the second fight, depending on when he dies, it can be tricky, but we have Phoenix Sounds for that. That was a clean first fight. For the second fight, he's going to get this new attack, which throws lightning at you, and depending on who he targets, the potion timing is different. Oh, it's a very nice slow, nice. Very early slow. For this fight, we actually also want Curse, so he can be interrupted more easily even before stagger. And ideally, we are going to stagger it before he gets off his special attack called Hellstrom Bolt. Hellstrom Bolt will always target the character that is with the lowest HP. That will ideally always be Hope. If we cannot interrupt this with a well-timed stagger, because of his pattern dodges, because we are unlucky, he's going to die. But we can just revive him and continue the fight as normal. Oh, he targeted Hope again. That was unlucky.
Oh no! That...
And so it ends.
I thought I had enough health, and I did not.
Oh no. Oh no. That's okay. I don't actually remember if you have to do both of them or you just do the second one. Oh, you have to do both of them.
Yep.
Oh, that's fine. The first one is very free, and the second one is going to go
Yeah.
Is that boss zap those? Yes. We call it, like, people call it Zapdos, and we've also called it Paperclip Bird. Because of those things on his wings look like paper clips. Yeah. Get slow going. If we got Curse, that would be good too. If we don't, that's fine. And now stagger it and then let Fang whack at it with your spear while we provide some spells. Lightning is actually also dealing very nice damage with her ruins. Even though Fang has a lot more strength and Lightning has magic, Kalavinka resists physical abilities, which is why they're dealing about the same damage. The AI knows that even though Kalavinka resists physical, Fang is better off dealing physical attacks just because of how high your strength is right now. Oh, he's starting Hope again. He's mad at Hope today.
Yeah, no kidding.
Second part, we want slow as fast as possible, and then we want Curse. That was very early, both slow and Curse, which is nice. Now we just stagger it as fast as possible and try to avoid Hellstrom Bolt. This looks nice this time. That's the interruption. Very nice. And now he's targeting Fang. Fang will always survive at least to
Oh, that was a really fast one.
Oh, that was a really fast one. Damn. These Kalavinkas are being really aggressive.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, they should be good to go now. We have defeated Zapdos. Alright, and after this, we have our merged party, and we are going to keep this 6-member party all the way until the end of the game, except for the final Eidolon fights, where the party is always set. For now, we cannot change party leader, but it's also not convenient that we do it. We actually want Lightning in the lead because she's a lot better than Vanille for the remainder of this chapter and also for chapter 10. So we are going to set up the deck we are going to use for the rest of the chapter. It looks pretty straightforward. The main thing to look out for is this is the first time we are going to use multiple all commandos in the same paradigm deck. Then also get a couple more important abilities on Snow. We need Water and Aqua Strike so he can be a little more efficient at chaining, and the commander roll level so he deals more damage. And after this we are going to shuffle equipment a little around so we can optimize Strength in Lightning while also getting her the Doctor's Code. Oops. Ah! So she can also giving her the Doctor's Code. She can still be an efficient healer. This is one of the last fights where the Doctor's Code is still going to be useful for healing. And now with the menu done, we can start working on bridge fights.
Let's get this over with.
The first one is pretty simple. The important thing to keep an eye on is we want to kill the destroyer before anything else. Because if the Psychom Destroyer gets attacks going, he explodes everything and he can become miserable.
I'm gonna potion here.
Oh yeah, you can also die on this fight without being able to do anything about it, just because these guys can go really aggro on Lightning. But this looks like this is looking like a nice fight.
I got Bazooka off.
Oh no.
That's fine. Not even close.
Not even close. He targeted Snow, that was lucky. Yeah, Bazooka makes a huge blast radius around whoever was targeted and is very scary. For the second bridge fight, we are going to summon again. With Odin, we want to get Quake off. This is the first fight where we use Quake. This is an Earth type elemental ability, which is the only thing with Earth typing that we can even use. What it does, we don't use it for damage though. We use it to maximize the stagger duration. Then with everything with maximum stagger duration, we get Odin off, get Chain on the Reaver, and then hop on the Horsey and spam circle until everything is staggered, essentially.
I just got a couple more.
If you're doing when you're doing console, this is the ideal bathroom break. just because you spam circle for so long.
Hey, I'm
Until
just gonna
next
butt in
time.
real quick.
Sure.
I want to thank everyone again for this amazing marathon all weekend long. I'm actually going to call it here, and I'm going to pass on the baton for hosting to Midnight Vesper. Good luck on the rest of your run, Trojan. And again, thank you all the donators, the supporters, the runners, the staff, volunteers, everyone that was a part of this. As one of the co-founders of this organization, it has been an honor, and it fills my heart with the amount of work everyone has put into this. And for this to be our first event, it's just amazing, and I cannot wait for a Gold Rush 2. Can confirm we will do a Gold Rush 2.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you so much for having us
awesome.
run, and like for everybody else, I think I speak for all of the other runners to thank you guys for putting this on and letting us showcase all these games.
Of course. And one quick shout out to Midnight Vesper for really being the head honcho for this project. Great job, bud. But yeah, I'm out of here. Good luck for the rest of the run, and I will see you all later.
All right, have a good night, Randomize.
Have a good night.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. No, I can hear you.
No, we can hear you.
Ah.
Alright, we are going to set up for the boss fight of chapter 9. This is a pretty tough fight. We want to, especially on the second half, we want to keep him stun locked as much as possible. For now, we are also going to get a little more HP on Fang for the next fight we're going to have, and we are going to prepare Vanille once she gets into the party on chapter 11. We're going to get in Peril, which is an insanely important ability, and her accessory slot, and now we are just going to work on her medic, because before her Eidolon fight in chapter 11, we want Vanille to already have her 4th ATB slot to make the fight a little more safe and consistent. And this ATB slot is pretty far into her medic tree, so we get only the bare essentials from Ravager and Saboteur. Then we start working all the way up this medic tree, and then we go back to getting whatever we need from Saboteur and Ravager. Use a Fortizol in order to start the fight with haste and bravery, so Saz can focus on just elemental spells, and on we go to part 1.
Alrighty, let's do this.
Alright, so this fight has 2 different phases. We call the first phase the head phase, and the second phase just the proper fight in general. Each head is weak to a different element, so we target the head we want to kill first with lightning and throw a Libroscope so Saz knows which end spell to put on each party member, because all of them are going to be targeting different things after this. And then we start, and then we shift. With the Cerberus, everyone should have the correct end spells, so everyone will be targeting a different head. The ones that are going to deal the most damage is Saz's Snow and Lightning. Saz will be chipping away a little bit and helping. Once the first head is down, we go back into strike team to get the correct end spell for the next head, and then just continue whacking at it until they all die. Ooh.
Yeah,
He's
I did
going
2
hard
potions
on
right
him.
there because I wasn't really sure if I was gonna survive that or not.
Yeah, no, it's always better in this fight to be safer than sorry. These heads low-key deal a lot of damage and then can definitely snipe a character. If that character is lightning, then you are forced to retry. Alright, so that's 3 heads, only the last head is missing. We can actually manipulate Snow to killing the last head, but it's pretty low, so we can just kill it ourselves. So once all the heads are down, the damage resistance that Parthendalis has drops, and you can actually kill it. He will always open with an Athosian Laughter, which deals massive amounts of damage to whoever character catches. And after that, we are just going to work on chaining. We need to chain as fast as possible. We want to get the stun lock going before he uses the second Athosian Laughter. He's targeting lightning hard, hopefully. After he's staggered and his HP is in a favorable, his chain is in a favorable position, we are going to try and stun lock this guy. This is one of the few boss fights in the entire game that can actually even be stun locked. And we want to stun lock it before it uses the second laughter, because the second laughter will be followed with the Strudo, which will reset his chain gauge.
Oh, I got smite! Woo!
Nice! This is the neat situation where smite is actually important. Yeah, we didn't actually see the Strudo, that's very rare. Or rather, we didn't see the Strudel before the end of the end of Stagger, which is ideal. It's better to get the Strudel after Stagger, because then we are not going to lose nearly as much chain as we did before. Yeah, the really hard thing about this fight is getting the stun lock, because if anything goes wrong, then you're just going to lose it, and you're forced to sit through the Strudel, which is still fine. It's just a little bit slower. But a win is a win, and that's the important thing.
Yep, exactly. Especially on Bar 1. Bar 1 is it just feels like an eternity when you're inside of that fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Help out, chat. Can we hear the Midnight Vesper?
We'll figure that out eventually.
All right, so now we're in chapter 10, and so we have this like nice little, you know, heart to heart with Barthandos at the end of 9, and we're like, okay, well, we need to get away from here. So we find these like ruins, and these ruins are really interesting because you kind of like don't know exactly why these ruins are here, and everyone in the group is really confused as to why they exist. So we're gonna kind of like delve farther into it and investigate why. Like, and it seems like everything is powered off.
Yeah. So this setup will last throughout the entirety of chapter 10. There are 3 fights we need to do here, and the rest of it is just dodges, and then the final fight is going to be an Eidolon fight. So for the first fight, we want to Quake to get the maximum chain duration instantly, and then work on staggering them ideally both at the same time before they kill lightning. We are using, for the first time, we are actually going to use a Sentinel, which is one of the most important aspects of this chapter, because while Snow deals with the brunt of the attacks, we can work on doing whatever it is we need to do. shift to malevolence real quick. So SAS buffs and fire. Now that we have information that these guys are weak to fire, and then just kill them with a couple of blitzes. And now we run, and we run, and we run, and we run some more. At the end of chapter 9, we didn't discuss it, but we were doing a very specific manipulation in order to skip a couple of fights. This is one of the few places where that trick is even possible because of how long it is. So this game spawns mobs based on UR and where they are supposed to be. There are, in other words, there are spawn lines and despawn lines. That's one of the few places in the game where you can manipulate the spawns so that you respawn on the other side of the spawn line without actually triggering it. That's why we decept cancel, we force the fight to happen, we retry the fight, and then when we went back down the bridges, the enemies weren't there anymore. That's because we despawned them without actually ever triggering the respawn. And that is, once that was discovered, it was pretty. The game was pretty heavily rerouted, basically on what we could and couldn't fight, while also guaranteeing everything we needed for the Chapter 11 fights. But the route is at the point that's so precise right now that we can just skip both two bridge fights, the only ones that we can skip, without losing anything on Chapter 11, which is really nice.
Yeah. And we have to like get our. It was kind of like a little bit of like money, stuff too. That was a big deal because there's a big 3,000 gil chest in there that we skip over now, and that was a lot of money that we could use, and we don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
Speaking of money, do I have time to read some donations?
Yes, go for it.
It appears the chat can hear me, so I have two great donations here. One from $50 from RBG Esports that says, donating all the bits, subs, and revenue we made throughout the weekend. Amazing work from the volunteers that helped us run this event, and a big thank you to all of the runners who allowed us to host them on our very first speedrun event. Here's to the future speedrun events, and keep it up, Trojan.
Thank you.
We also have a $24.82 donation from Randomize that says, just donating the right amount of money to hit exactly 1,800. Hope you're happy, McBroom. My last donation lands on a 0.
Apparently Randomize doesn't like, weird numbers in the cent column.
I can relate.
Well, we're going down to this first elevator right here. And this elevator, you'll see at a few other points in this, and it really, I know in my casual playthrough, it really, lulled me into a false sense of security, oh, hey, this is a nice little happy elevator right here, nothing going on, nice little break point. Yeah, not so much, unlike the rest of it, but we got some ways of getting around it.
To be fair, we also get lulled into a false sense of security in the run too, and then the screen, and then the minimap turns red, and oh right, I need to dodge these. Yeah, the upcoming dodge is again one of the worst dodges in the game. No one likes this. This one's terrible. There's two groups of enemies. They're all together in the same. Oh, that was really nice. And the problem is the three gremlins in the back, most of the time they will just refuse to acknowledge Lightning's presence until they are at the correct place to just snipe you from the back. It's awful.
Yep. I'm honestly shocked I made it through that right there. I was not sure.
We're going to grab this chest for another weapon to sell on Chapter 11. And then just run to the first boss fight of Chapter 10. There's going to be 2 of them, one here in the middle and one in the end. We can talk a little bit about Sid now. There are several strategies for Sid. The strat that Trojan is going to do is double Mystic Tower, which is considered the safest. So what is going to happen is this boss hits extremely hard, but it can only ever hit one person at a time. And that person is going to be Snow. We set up so that Snow stays permanently in Sentinel, while Saz and Lightning just work on chaining. Chain. Lots of chaining going on. His chain resistance is actually really high, and his stagger point is also really high, so there's a lot of time we are just going to sit in the Ravager and chuck spells at him. He works kind of like a Lassie too, because he's also a Lassie. So he can shift from aggressive stance to defensive stance and to recovery stance. He always opens the fight on aggressive, and then he can either go into defensive or recovery. It doesn't really matter what he goes for the second shift. When he shifts out of aggression, we are also going to use Snow as a Ravager in order to increase the chaining some more. He will then go into offensive again, so we want to set up Snow Sand in time, so he targets him again without ever threatening Lightning and Saz. And from there, he's going to stagger. We want to stagger him before he shifts out of the second offensive, because if he does, and it is defensive shift, then we are just going to lose a lot of time, because we cannot launch him while he is on the defensive. And if we hit an HP gate and he has he's on an idle stance, then he is going to use Metamorphosis and kill us, which is very slow and very painful. So here he's using recovery stance, so we just set up Snow Ravager to chain him some more, chain him faster. And before he shifts into the second offensive, we want to have Snow as Ravager. The Snow Sentinel again. There's the provoke, very nice. And now we just hope to stagger him in time, and if we or for the second, or he does recovery. Oh, it was guard.
That's okay.
That's okay. He's just scared of how much damage Trojan is putting up, so we just drive his chain gauge up until the skies, wait until he gets out of guard, and once he does, we maul him on aggression. Even though we lose a little bit of time when he's on guard, you don't lose that much, because you can work on the chain instead, set it to the 999s, and then we just kill him in 2 strings instead of like 4 or 5. Any seed fight win is a good seed fight, because this guy can absolutely kill runs if something goes wrong. And this is the accessory shuffle menu, where we shuffle all the accessories around. We want to essentially optimize strength on Saz. We want to shuffle around the defensive equipment so people survive. Set up boost up magic on Lightning, and boost defense on both Vanille, Fang, and Hope, so we can survive the next 2 upcoming Eidolon fights. This is something that's very curious. So the games put you up against 2 Eidolons very in quick sequence of each other. You fight Shiva, and then immediately after you fight Odin. And then we just kind of forget Eidolons exist until Chapter 8, where we fight Saz as Brynhilder. And all of a sudden we enter late game, and the game's like, oh wait, there's still 3 characters that don't have Eidolons, so it's literally one after the other. And welcome to the bomb elevator, where we need to dodge the bombs. Just play merry-go-round with them. That was nice.
It's a game of tag. You know, you play out on the park and stuff like that. It's like, oh, you can't catch me. Can't catch me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got so there's a couple really annoying dodges. One of them is coming up right here, and hopefully, I usually tend to wait until they're like kind of off to one side, because this is
This
not a
dodge can
very
be
fun.
long.
Yeah, there we go, just like that.
Because, yeah, even though they are attacking each other, this is the first chapter where even though enemies are attacking each other, they will all aggro on the party if we enter their battle zone. So it's not a three-way fight, it's a two-way fight, and the game's just pretending it's a three-way.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense too, just like canon in the game is like, oh yeah, these, you know, they're kind of off by themselves, they're a little bit haywire, you know, they do whatever they want, so it does make some sense in the landscape of the game.
Yeah. Also grab this chest. This is another weapon we are going to sell for money. And now we are going to get another tricky dodge. This behemoth is very unpredictable. Hopefully he will just allow us to slip across the side, but he can also turn to face our way and catch us, and the retries are absolutely miserable, so fingers crossed he behaves. But he did. Very nice.
Yeah. I usually do a little bit of a stutter step right there to kind of help line it up for when you kind of are gonna face it. Because if you just kind of run straight ahead, you will run it into it a little bit early. Oh my gosh, these birds, man.
Yeah, this dodge is
They were going after that behemoth, man. He was like,
yeah, they
no
were
holds
going
barred.
ham for that behemoth. Alright, and this is the last elevator for this one. Instead of having bombs, we have birds. You can dodge the birds the same way you dodge the bombs, but it's a lot harder and no one ever goes for this, so we just decept it to make it free.
Somebody does go for it. Godspeed on that. I actually had one time when I was doing a run and I did this decept cancel, and after I did the decept cancel, I literally spawned right back on to the main bird in the middle of the elevator, and I have no idea why that happened, but
Damn. Birds are RPG
They are.
and speedrunners. Yes, that is true.
Agreed.
In this game, it's birds and dogs.
yeah, honestly, dogs are worse, like in my opinion.
That's fair. We are gonna have a lot of dogs to deal with in the next chapter. And finally, the bird bridge. We just decept it and pray none of them fall on top of lightning, but it can happen.
Yep. Hold on, I gotta... This is really awkward. There we go.
Oh yeah, this looks bad.
There we go. I just had to be patient.
Yeah, these hitboxes are deceivingly small, but they did not cooperate there, which is fine. And now, for the first of the three last Eidolon fights, this is Bahamut. Bahamut is the worst Eidolon fight by a long shot. If this guy wants you dead, he will kill you. Plenty of world records have died, world record pace runs have died here just because Bahamut said no. He hits extremely hard on random characters, and some of his patterns make it impossible for you to heal in between.
Yep. Exactly.
He can open with one of two things. He can open Whirlwind, which is the worst case scenario because it launches everyone. Or he can open with 2 physicals. 2 physicals is very easy to recover from because you can just perfectly set up a potion. We shift into Ruthless immediately to cancel the first stagger animation and try and get slow going. We don't have slow, but we got the 2 physicals opening, which is fine. And we need slow. Without slow, this fight is impossible. Whenever he targets lightning, she just dies. But now we have slow, so we can work on trying to kill him, alternating spells always, because it will add more multipliers. And provoking to make sure that he will target Fang. Whirlwind open, but we were prepared with the potion. Very nicely done. And hopefully now he will have a longer pause and we can finish the Gestalt gauge.
No, unfortunately not.
This is fine as long as you survive. And Fang Sand is a very chunky girl. She can tank a lot as long as she's in Sentinel. That was a very good Bahamut.
I'll take it. Very much take it.
Yeah, that's the last fight of chapter 10. We just need to reach the end of the chapter. Get to this big ship that is going to lead us outside of Cocoon and into Grand Poles, where Fang and Vanille came from.
Yep. Backstory.
Essentially the goal here, we are going to Poles to try and find a way to get rid of the Lassie brands that the party has. The ticking time bombs that will either turn them into crystal or turn them into zombies, both of which aren't very appealing options. So this section is, I think, 5 or 6. I think it's 6 dodges. All of them are awful, which is why I ran primarily a category where you need to do this hallway 5 times. And each of them is worse than the other.
Yeah, that happens a lot of the time when you do those, like the all missions or the
Platinum percent.
or the platinum percent. Yeah, because you gotta, as you gain like more strength, the game's like, oh yeah, you're going like harder missions now. Let's just let's give you some harder stuff to deal with. It's like, no, thank you. I'm okay.
The problem isn't really the fights. There's a point in those runs where you can just kill whoever crosses your way in these dodges. It's just sucks to be caught because it's slow. Yeah, and after this dodging segment, we are going to which is going really well. We're going to fight the second Eidolon. The second to last Eidolon, which is Hope's Eidolon Alexander. And this is the fight. This is the fight where if everything goes exactly the same way, you should always get the exact same result. This is the most consistent fight in the entire run. However, if you mess up anything, you die. End of story. Because Hope is underdeveloped, very underdeveloped. He's the character we have been neglecting the most. So if Alexander ever targets him, he's just dead. And everything in this fight is set up precisely so Alexander never targets Hope. Only one failed dodge there. That was very nice.
This'll be quick.
You can get stuck there for ages. So the
like that.
Oh no. Yeah, so that's extremely rare, but it can happen. If he opens Blast Punch and Fang isn't on Mediguard, the second Explosive Punch AoE will hit Hope. Just because Fang gets knocked backwards. But the general idea for this fight is to create distance between Fang and Hope, make Fang provoke Alexander, so he will only target her, and then maintain that distance throughout the entirety of the fight, while occasionally throwing Fang outside of Sentinel in order for help to create a chain. We'll see how it goes this time.
Oh, I got really lucky right there.
Oh, Fang jumped.
Yeah.
Oh, but he targeted her. Nice. Yeah. This should be fine. Once the first string ends, which is the scary one, everything else should be fine. Occasionally, just like the other Eidolons, occasionally he will enter Lofty Challenge.
Some things you just do. Face it head on.
We want to create as much distance as possible. Lofty Challenge will essentially allow you to throw 2 strings of spells instead of just 1.
Oh no, she backed off. Why did she back off right there?
Oh no.
I think I just did it a little bit too fast of a shift right there, and I think she got a little confused.
Yeah, this is why this fight is extremely difficult, but we can do it.
Yeah.
There's a reason why this is considered to be one of the hardest Final Fantasy speedruns. And Trojan making it this far in such short notice is insanely good already. Especially since this is where the run really picks up and becomes a lot hard. Very, very hard.
I'm dead. I'm just not even gonna bother.
Oh, yeah. We need to create distance, but we also can't let Fang be too close to Hope, and we can't let her jump. If she jumps, she's not going to provoke Alexander on time.
I think I'm compensating for me dying on that first attempt. I'm trying to let her go a little bit too far.
You got this.
There we go.
Oh. She's getting mauled, but that should be fine. Setting a protect on her and on Hope. So we can survive. So Sven can survive more, and Hope can also live through anything that doesn't go so well. We're going to wait until Fang goes forward. Ever provoke, ever stay in the ahead.
Oh, I'm dead again. Are you kidding me?
Oh, she wasn't in Medigard.
She just doesn't want to go into Medigard, like when I'm shifting into Entourage. I don't know why she's not. This is really weird. Well, if there's any donations or anything you want to shout out right now, now's probably a good time.
Yeah, we don't have any new donations at the moment that I've seen. But I can say that all these donations will end up going to Rise Above the Disorder, or RAD. It's a nonprofit dedicated to removing the 2 greatest barriers facing mental health care, access and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system for people all around the globe. If you believe in a world where everyone has access to hope, health, and happiness they deserve, you are RAD. For more information, you can visit urad.org or you can type !donate in chat. And also, we've been here for, a good 3 hours or so. Don't forget to hydrate. Get up, stretch, walk, and everything else along those lines. It's okay.
There we go.
There, she has 3PD there. Like, Feng will always try to back away if she doesn't have ATV.
Yeah. Oh, now this is the part of the fight that Lightning's like, hey, I want in on some of the action.
Yeah. Because her Blessed Talisman ran out, she was just, hey, I can actually do strikes. And that's very cool. Except it causes her to... It makes her get killed sometimes. Hopefully it won't be the case.
There we go. Finally.
Alright, first try.
First try. Oh, man.
Alright, so to cool off after this fight, we have a very long walking section across the steppe. The party has just realized that around the place where they had set up camp, they haven't actually even found anyone. So they're going to try and head for Erba, which is the place where Vanilla and Fang came from, to try and find someone there who might help them with their Lucy problem. This menu is going to carry us across most of Chapter 11. And this is the final party for the rest of the game. We are going to stick with Vanille says in the snow. Have you talked about why this is the most broken fight in for this category?
No, we have not, but we can definitely take this time to elaborate on it while we're having this nice view of Grand Pulse.
Yeah, I enjoy the sights and all of the enemies. So Saz's lead, we have discussed that a little bit already. We want him as a lead because of we want to manually input blitz, we want to manually input buffs. AI synergist is just bad. It will be very inefficient with the buffing. Synergist AI will always prioritize defensive debuffs and then offensive debuffs in a weird order, in such a way that he will always try to put bravery and faith on all characters, which is very inefficient. That and again the manually inputting of blitz is what makes Saz lead absolutely pivotal. This is not negotiable. The second party member is always Vanille, and Vanille, because she's the character with the debilitating debuffs that gets them the earliest. Several other characters also get Deprotect and Imperil, but they get them at the development we cannot reach in a regular any % run. So other than the debuffs, which are crazy, Deprotect will double your damage output, Imperil will double it further as long as you're hitting a weakness. So it is very, very important that we have access to those debuffs. And then she is also a good medic, which is actually important for the late game fights. Mm-hmm. Last but not least, the third slot is the one that can be flexed. The run has settled on Snow because other than being a commando and a sentinel, so other than being a second defensive character for the late game fights and being a commando to deal more damage, he's also a Ravager, which makes chaining a lot more comfortable and a lot more consistent, which is the one thing that Fang
Did you
cannot
see
do.
that coming?
Is she cannot chain. For this fight, we buff Saz and then kill this guy. As long as Vanille has set up the debuffs, which he has. That was very nice.
The old man still got it.
If you mess up
That
the
fight can go
then
very
you can
bad
really-
really quick, too.
Yeah, that fight can be very bad very quickly. The behemoth is allowed to stand up. It will fully heal whatever damage he has, cleanse the debuffs, and then one-shot your party leader, which is very fun. That is the only optional fight we take in the run that isn't tied to a chest. And the reason for that is very fast CP. That fight is what allows us to hit several important ability thresholds, both on Chapter 11 and on Chapter 12. If we didn't do that fight, there would be a lot of things we just wouldn't be able to grab for especially it's especially scary for the Chapter 12 fight. The Chapter 12 fights are very tight already with our current setup. If we skip that fight, they would probably be impossible, or at least extremely hard. Chapter 12 would become the hardest chapter in the run by far. Another of the worst dodges of the run now.
Oh shoot, I think I messed it up.
Absolutely murder if they don't want to let you go through.
There we go. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, these hoplites. Ideally, the one in the back will just move faster than the one in front, and that will allow you to get a very quick pass. But if it doesn't do that, then you can be stuck there for a while, or even be forced to retry, just to see if you can get the clean dodge. This is the Mahabharata Subterra. Lots of robots in here. An underground basement, an underground cave made by a fallacy called Atomos, which we are not. Well, we are going to interact with it, but we're not actually going to fight it, thankfully.
Yeah, no, thank God.
Already in this game, and now this is the longest menu in the entire run. We are going to sell all of the weapons that we have been collecting. We are going to sell some of the... Well, we're going to sell everything we don't need, basically, at this point. And then we are going to buy 2 Warriors wristbands, which are going to be our bread and butter for damage from here until the end of the run. And fully upgrade them. And also buy a black belt, which increases which decreases physical damage dealt to whoever has it equipped, and also fully max it to make sure we can tank a lot of things that we really shouldn't be allowed to. Then we are going to open the normal menu and reset up paradigms for the first half of Tajin's Tower, which is the next section with a lot of fighting that we're going to have to go through. Get some levels on, get some Crystarium done on Saz to get some important abilities for him. Work on the ATB level for Vanille. We are not going to get it here. We're going to get a little later, just before her Eidolon fight. Grab a few important abilities for Snow as well, and rearrange equipment. We are only going to use Fang for one more fight. The Alexander fight is the last fight to use Hope, and technically Lightning. She is lead on her Chapter 12 fight, but we use Odin for that one, so we unequip them and they remain unequipped throughout the rest of the run. And I think that's it. There's just a lot going on in this menu. Oh, we also put the Vegas and the Wild Bear, Saz and Snow's weapons to max level. We aren't going to upgrade them further. They are fine as they are. But it's just a little nice damage boost that is absolutely pivotal for some of the tighter fights. The most important ability we're going to get on Saz is Jeopardize. Jeopardize will increase the chain by 1% or 0.1%, I'm not really sure, for every offensive ability that hits in commando after stagger. That applies to every single one of his blitz bullets. There's a boss coming up that is impossible to do without Saz's Jeopardize. That's how important this ability is. Even though it doesn't sound like much, it definitely adds up.
Yeah, it's like such a tight fight. Even with it, it's pretty incredible.
Even with it can be, especially on console. On console, you are killing it as it stands in backup sometimes. Yeah. Vanille is going to sit here, and after the next fight, we are going to grab her ATB. Don't forget Fringe Ward.
Yeah, it's right after this. There we go. Come on.
This is the most important thing you need to grab in the run. If you don't grab that ability, Fringe Ward, you're just dead to the third to last boss in the run.
Yeah.
What Fringe Ward does is, if an AoE ability targets the Sentinel, it decreases the AoE damage done to the rest of the party. It is pivotal for that boss fight where there's going to be a very big AoE attack coming our way, and the only way we have to defend against it is Fringe Ward on Snow. Get the Black Belt on Fang, maximize Snow's damage, and reset up defensive equipment on Vanille so she is better suited for the next fight. And now we are going to fight. Oh, yeah, bombs are trolls.
I almost made it past that last one. I was like, I was home free right there.
This dodge, you can do it both on the left side or on the right side. I personally find the right side a little more consistent.
Yeah, I like, obviously on the retry, I like doing it on the right side.
Yeah.
But I just kind of, I look at the landscape and be like, okay, it's going to be a little bit easier on whichever side, and I'll take the time to get over there.
That's just a very troll dodge. The retry is free, but the first time is like, please don't catch me. And oh yeah, so you can technically skip this fight, but it takes half an hour to do so, so no one goes for this. We just fight them. It's not that bad of a fight either. You can get someone one shot like Vanille was there. But this should be fine that you don't use her.
Yeah.
Snow deals insane. Like Snow is actually still doing more damage than Saz at this point.
Yep.
Especially since the enemies are away from you. And even if Vanille dies, it's completely fine. It would be bad if Snow died, you'd have to revive him, otherwise you cannot finish the fight, and if Saz dies, you just retry. But for a character to die on that fight, they both need to be targeted by the same Rust Pudding, so it's just unlucky. Open the Crucerium for a bit, since we need to open it anyway for Vanille's ATB. We also get a little more strength and HP on Saz. And now all we have to do is run to the final Eidolon fight, which is Vanille's Hekaton pair, or Hekaton for, as his friends call him. This fight is very similar to Alexander in the sense where you want Fang away from Vanille, and and the Eidolon only targeting Fang while he's being aggressive.
And also one of the only two-member fights in the whole like late game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you get to see some really like weird ones. So you see the divide and conquer like you did before, but you get to see Saboteur and Sentinel, which is stumbling block in English.
Yeah.
Very interesting name for that, but very useful in this fight.
Oh yeah, very. So for Hackathon, you actually get more Gestalt bonus by spamming debuffs than you do by spamming spells. This, other than Ringhilder, this is the one Eidolon fight where you do not use Ravager to build chain. You are just going to use Saboteur the entire fight. So while he's in Looming Wrath, he's basically charging his ATB. We want Fang to go on the aggressive to help building the chain gauge and create distance between her and Vanille. And afterwards, Stumbling Block to make sure when he gets out of Looming Wrath, he is going to target Fang. And the trick for this fight is just to time your healing very, very well. We have Renew on Vanille. This is the first fight we are going to use Renew on. Renew heals half the damage that has been done to the parties and also revives whatever dead characters there are. So it's a very powerful ability and we are going to spam the fuck out of it. That thing spends a lot of the money on deodorant, very true. There's a lot of arms there.
I'm getting nice luck. Oh, yeah, I'm getting really nice luck on these right here.
Yeah, he's being nice. We want to avoid not seeing Quake and counter as much as possible, just because they hurt. And if Fang dies, then we will be in serious trouble. You're pretty low on potions. There's a counter. You do want to see counter occasionally, just because it pushes Hackathon away from the meal.
I have one left.
That should be fine. As long as you buy more anti-agents.
Yep.
That was a very clean Hackathon. Very nice.
Yeah, I got some really honestly like best case scenario chains right there. Because if you ever get like double, like 2 Quakes in
Quake counter, I've had that happen before. It's not fun.
No. Very not.
You just get so low, leaving life on the edge permanently. Alright, now everyone has their own Eidolon. Vanille's Hackathon Care, even though it's the last Eidolon we get, it's also the one we use the most other than Odin. Just because the damage output on this thing is absolutely insane. It is the strongest Eidolon, just raw damage-wise. Wow, that bomb. What a big troll.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, these bombs are not being nice to me right now.
This is another part of the run no one likes, Mahabara. You can just lose so much time to these bombs. And it's not just this dodge in particular, there's a lot of them where this can happen.
Yeah, there's one coming up here that I normally can't just run directly into it. I have to like take my time and really judge what direction. It's like one rest putting in 3 bombs and or other way around. I can't remember.
Because it's another fake 3-way fight. The bombs and the rust puddings are just running everywhere, and as soon as you enter the battle zone, they will run straight at you. It's like, spicy afro, gimme gimme.
Oh, yeah, this... Oh! I almost did the loop-de-loop on it.
That was close.
I was going for the swag loop right there. Like, just go for it. All right. Okay. I might have to wait for that bomb to turn around. There we go. Yep.
Right. Nice retry.
Yeah, I saw it too when I was like, that doesn't look very good. I'm gonna just give him some time to turn around. Yeah, it's this one right here. And I'm gonna go... Okay, that was actually... I could actually run directly into that one. Yeah.
Well, at least one of them was nice. Oh, you grabbed this shot.
Just for some money safety later, so I get some of these that were in the old route just so I can get 3 Deceptisols. So that's mostly why I still grab them. I can probably skip that one in particular, but the other ones I grab for money safety and just make sure I can get those 3 Deceptisols for the last chapter.
Shoutouts to all missions in Plat who need that chest to make the most important upgrade in the game happen.
Yeah.
And I guess the new 20% route will also always grab that chest. I mean, the new route, it's still up in the air if it's faster or not. No one knows. Alright. So, with the first cutscene skip, we stop Atomos from digging, and now we just hop on it and use it to get a nice little shortcut on the way to Erba. This is a very chill and relaxing place. Even though we don't do anything here, it's just very pretty. The Sulia Springs.
Yeah, it's honestly a nice break after like literally everything else that happens during this chapter. It's just
for sure.
Nice to have some chill dodges that don't require too much effort.
It's some nice soothing music, and then we enter Tajins like, I hate this chapter again.
There's a reason why I call this chapter of Eternity on my splits, because it is not even... It's so much more of a longer chapter than any other chapter in the game. It's not even close.
None of the other chapters, I think, should... On PC, on console, it's... Sometimes they will go over half an hour. It's normal for this chapter to be over 1 hour. That's how long it is. Just because of all the running around you have to go, because Pulse is actually really large. It's in this area that all of the side quests are located, so it has to be a very big place for you to be able to explore effectively when you couldn't do that on Cocoon. From this point forward, you are pretty much free to go anywhere you so please. We aren't exploring because we just need to go fast. But yeah, it makes this absurdly longer than the rest of the run. And during most of that time you are suffering, either from hard dodges or hard fights.
Pretty much, yeah. And thankfully, because I have that extra Deceptisol that I got as a bonus shroud earlier, then that's going to make... one of them it's not like too bad when you start understanding how to do it, but it just makes it like just a free preemptive strike, and you don't even have to like worry about it.
Yeah, that for Taijins we are going to do a series of mandatory fights, and we want to get preemptive strikes on as many as possible. For some of them, the manual preemptive strike isn't that difficult, but for most of them, it's awful, and you just want to have as many Deceptisols as you can coming into this, so you don't not have to worry about setting those up. That dog was being cheeky.
That guy was doing a stutter step right there on me.
So throw a Deceptisol here so we can dodge these flying enemies and cancel it on this nice little encounter that's here. And then we enter Taejin's tower.
Yep.
Taejin
And as
is
you,
also...
what was that?
No, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and as you can see, like the hitbox of those flying enemies extend all the way down to the ground. So even though it like looks you are not touching them, it still touches them. All right, let's see if I can get this double dog.
Yeah, this is awful as well. Hopefully they'll be nice.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah, Taejin's is also a peculiar place where you can sorry. It's also a peculiar place where you can get a lot of downtime. This is one of the few places where you get unskippable cutscenes because they're not actually cutscenes, they're loading screens disguised as cutscenes. And because it's a very vertical place, we have elevators everywhere. While we're on the elevator, the game is just loading the next couple of floors.
Buy some potions. Stock up on potions for the road, since I was fresh out.
Like, a hackathon is the last fight where potions are really important, but every now and then they will save you on a pinch. It's important that you have a few on hand. Especially for the final boss fights. They can save you on a pinch. When Vanille refuses to do so. And Vanille really likes being stubborn on the final boss fights and not do her job.
I mean, we literally have an emote in the community for Vanille, please.
Thanks, Vanille.
Or yeah, thanks, Vanille.
So, in order to progress through the tower, we need to recover the tower, and recovering the tower means doing these missions. Doing the missions will, return the swords to these huge statues, which in turn will rotate the tower and create more floors. These are the only mandatory missions you have to do in the game in order to finish it. There's like 6 of them. In total, there are 62 missions, and these ones can be a little tricky, but most of the time they will be pretty trivial. It's just going to buff Saz, buff Snow, stagger them, get to protect them in peril, and then killing them. With blitzes and Snow's attacks.
Follow the old guy's lead.
As you can see, Snow will still deal a lot more damage than Saz because Saz is a little far away from the Gallic item. On the next fight as well, but on the Haka, that's when Saz damage really picks up because he's going to be able to hit all of his bullets on that guy.
Just too easy.
That was a clean Jelly type.
Yeah, that was good.
Every single mission will reward you for an item. Most of the items that we are going to pick up from these missions are just going to be sold. But others we are going to take advantage of.
Yeah. Sorry. There.
This is a little rearranging the setup. This is the first fight we are going to use Hackathon on. Because this enemy heavily resists physical, so Snow and Saz can't actually damage it at all. Eidolons don't care about resistances at all, so we are just going to use Hackathon instead to kill it. And this is going to be a trend, using Hackathon to kill things that Saz and Snow can't. This is going to have to be manually set up.
So you just kind of
you're
ride
gonna-
the left wall, and they're a little bit blind, pretty much just to see directly in front of them. So before they see me, I can just hit the side of them.
Yeah, that's very clean. Now with the chain on maximum, we use a spell on the bellows. And let Saz and Snow stagger it and get a little bit more damage done. And then we just hit it with spells to get your stealth gauge level 3 on the bellows, and then I love this strat.
I'm gonna do it one more time for just fun. Shoutouts
to Zero.
No!
Who is world record holder for the PS3? With the
Indeed.
big raid. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zero. Welcome, everybody.
The run is going well. We hit a few road bumps with Protoflorian and Alexander, but other than that, it's going pretty fine.
Yeah, I'd say it is. Gotten really good money luck too, honestly. Like, haven't been strained for that at all.
Leaving Chapter 7 with 4K, that's the dream.
Yep. All right, so we're coming up on the last of the first half of the missions in like this section. So we just gotta wait for this Gurengotch.
The Gurengotch turns around, and then we just do the same thing with Jelly Titan, but instead of buffing End Water, we buffing End Thunder, we buff End Water, and this guy dies even faster than the Jelly Titan just because he's a lot more frail. If you're using Fang routes, you just have so many debuffs going on in this fight, it's actually kind of funny. Because other than the Ford and Vanille can stick on him, Fang will also stick slow and curse. Alright, that's the first 3 missions. That will allow us to reach the next few floors where we're gonna have to do the second set of 3 missions. That all 3 of them are a lot harder than these 3, unfortunately. All 3 of these missions have the potential to just kill you without anything you can do about it, so hopefully the game will be nice.
And I'm gonna remember to grab this submerge weapon right here, which I did not do in my practice run, and really cried later.
Yeah, you can do it. Even though you have a lot of money, that weapon sells for way too much not to be ignored.
Dude, those dogs were super nice to me. They didn't even run.
Those were really nice.
Do I have a quick second?
Yeah, we're just doing elevators. Go for it.
Okay, awesome. Great timing. Hi to all the fantastic raiders that was out there that came in a little while ago. Just wanted to let you all know that we are actually in the last game of our speedrunning event, and we are actually raising money for Rise Above the Disorder, or RAD. They're a non-profit dedicated to removing the 2 greatest barriers facing mental health care, access, and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system to people around the globe. If you believe in a world where everyone has access to hope, health, and happiness they deserve, you are rad. For more information, you can just type an !donate in chat or visit yourrad.org. On top of that, you are watching RBG Gold Rush, a new speedrun charity event by RBG Esports. Founded in 2018, RBG has been rising up in the esports world. From Rocket League to Counter-Strike, Hearthstone to Smash, RBG Esports is a name you won't want to forget in the esports universe. Now, with the addition of this event, RBG Esports is venturing into the world of speedrunning. If you're interested in being a part of this new esports section of RBG, just join the Discord and type in !Discord in chat. Also, don't forget, like we said earlier, this is the end of the marathon, sadly, but we are going to get all the runs that you may have missed on YouTube. All you got to do is type in !YouTube in chat. We are currently at $1,800, $200 left to get that beautiful 2,000, or $200 left to get the 2,000 goal. That's a lot of twos in there.
Yeah. So without the Deceptizol, the setup takes a while, and if you fail it, it's miserable. With the Deceptizol, the setup for the preemptive strike is completely free. This one is a little different from the others because there's 3 enemies. You have to Quake in order to maintain duration on all of them. We want to buff in water on snow so he can deal with the Yakshinis, who are weak to water and also very frail. Since Saz, he's going to focus on the Mushusu. We don't need an end spell on him. Mushusu will absorb most elements as well, so it's really just not worth it. After the Yakshinis are dead, Snow will also turn to the Mushusu, lose the end water, and this thing just dies now. Very clean fight. If the Yakshinis can get catastrophic dance off, they can stick deep protect on Saz, and with 2 tail strikes from the Mushusu, Saz dies. It is very rare, but it can happen, especially if you did the manual setup and you have to do it all over again. It's awful. Thank God it doesn't happen there.
So we're going to be doing some more menuing and shopping here to set up for the last couple fights of Tajan's Tower, and also for the boss at the end.
Yeah. We are going to change this paradigm, especially for the next upcoming fight, and then we'll change it a little bit more for the final fight of Legends. Smart Bomb essentially builds Stain while allowing Vanille to land debuffs. It's one of the most important paradigms. You're just going to use this a lot from this point forward. Other than that, we're going to get some development going on Saz. The goal now for Saz is to get as many points in Ravager as possible, because in Chapter 12 we want to get his full ATB skill. We'll talk about it a little bit more once we actually get there. For Snow and Vanille, we are going to get some more leveling done. We need this roll level so she can chain more, and now we are just going to stick to Medic for the rest of the run, just because we are so far into her Medic tree. It's just better to use it for more stats, and we still need to get the accessory slot that's there. As for the shop itself, we are going to buy a couple more Warriors wristbands and max the one we buy, and also the one we got from one of these missions, and dismantle both our Doctor's codes. Have we talked about how broken Doctor's codes are, Trojan?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. Well, we haven't gotten to. I think we talked about dismantling it to get the stuff out of it. I think. Yeah. If you want to repeat it, that'd probably be a good thing to do.
So the Doctor's codes, other than making potions more broken than medics for most of the game, a maxed Doctor's code will dismantle for a Fortizol, an Aegisol, and an Ether Soul, and an Elixir. The Elixirs are the only thing in the entire game that, other than fully healing the party, it will also fully restore technical points, which we use to summon and renew. And getting more shrouds is always very convenient. So that's why we take the side step all the way back in chapter 6 to get the second one, just because it is pivotal that we have those 2 elixirs and those 2 shrouds. Yeah. This is another. Oh, we also get these healing items, which are going to be important for 1 or 2 fights. But if they are necessary, they are absolutely pivotal that we need them.
I don't need to shop more. I already got it.
So mallets will clear fog, which stops Vanille and Sass from throwing spells. Painkillers will dispel pain, which stops Saz and the Snow from throwing offensive. Physical abilities. Holy Water dispels curse, which stops action in which makes it easier for the party members afflicted with it to get interrupted. And finally, Foul Liquids dispel Daze. Daze stops action, period. While a party member is dazed, they cannot do anything. The only way to dispel Daze is either with a Foul Liquid or by allowing that party member to be attacked at the cost of double damage. Daze is absurdly broken when you use it, and it's a nightmare when it's used against you. And the final fight in chapter 11 loves Daze.
Sure does.
In an ideal
Fun
world,
time for everybody.
we'll never see it. So,
Yeah.
fingers crossed. And with all of that setup and menuing out of the way, we can actually go for the next stage's fight, which is Vatala. This is another barrier type enemy that we need to stagger in order to start dealing damage to it. This fight can go very wrong very quickly depending on who he targets and when he targets them. Ideally, we want Vanille to inflict in peril so we can stagger it earlier, and we wanted to focus only on Snow because Snow is the chonkiest, who takes the longest to fall. If he targets Vanille before she can land in peril, then it's very likely a losing fight. If he targets Saz, it depends on who he targets afterwards.
Yeah.
But this is one of the heaviest RNG fights in the run, and for a very long time, world record on PS3 died on this fight. Just because it can be very volatile.
Yeah. A couple of the chains of stuff that can do are just really, really single target focused and hurts very hard.
Mm-hmm. We're going to, for this dodge, you can just manipulate his actions that you can get across without losing that much time. Most runners will use an Ether Soul here to make sure we can use 2 renews. If we do use 2 renews in this fight, that means we lose an Ether Soul for the very last chapter because we need to renew again there. We need to use an Ether Soul after this fight again. Yeah, you can see there how much damage this guy deals. It's crazy.
Oh.
Oh no. And he doesn't have any peril either. This is the worst case scenario.
Time to pull the old switcheroo.
Well, I'm just gonna retry this. I'm not even gonna bother.
I was unlucky. Vanille didn't get the debuff and Vatala killed her.
And sometimes it just be like that.
Sometimes it just be like that. This fight's miserable. Hopefully this time he will be nicer, and Vanille will actually land her debuffs.
Get that blood racing.
Okay, there's Imperil.
Okay, that's good.
Changing the play.
So the pattern for Vitala is actually set in stone. He will always start with an AoE spell, then throw strings of single target spells, and then throw a debuff. If you stagger cancel any one of these, you will just jump to the next string. So ideally, you want to stagger cancel either the AoE abilities or the single target ability. So he will use debuffs instead, which most of them are pretty trivial and don't deal damage at all. And after Vitala, we are ready to set up for the next fight, the last fight of the Taijin missions and the boss of Taijins.
Yep.
And again, this is, I mean, we don't use Hecaton here because Saz and Snow can't kill them. They absolutely can. We use Hecaton here because it is the only thing we have that is good against dealing with multiple enemies at the same time. And by multiple, I mean more than 5.
And they're really annoying too. There's these little like bat-looking things, and they'll really get under your skin like very quickly.
Yeah. So it's going to be Penangle and several Chonchons. Penangle can use Deprotega, and then the Chonchon just whack at whoever is Deprotected and instantly kill them. With Hecaton Care and a Preemptive Strike, Hecaton Care will keep the Chonchons and Penangle all at the same time busy and very nicely interrupted. So we don't have to deal with any of that. The fight can, well, we'll see how it goes. It's very rare that this fight goes sideways as long as you have the Deceptizol. Yeah, Vanille is too short to go for the Penangle, and you have to go for the Chonchons. Penangle just flies a little bit too high for her to reach him.
Oh my goodness gracious. Do not die.
That's the Chonchon just wreaking havoc. Thankfully, when you summon, you get a heal too full, and now Hecaton Care will just make mincemeat out of all these Zubats. That's very high chain.
Ah!
Not close at all. Easy.
149,000 damage. Heck yeah.
Yeah, Eidolons are also the only thing in the game, other than equipping Genji gloves, that will go through the 5/9s damage cap. I don't think there's any. Oh no, there is. There is one point in the run where we hit damage cap. There is one fight in the run where we heal damage cap. Otherwise, it's just the Eidolons that are going to go through it. Yeah, with the final mission out of the way, we can fully restore the tower, which gives us access to the top level. And in the top level, we are going to fight the Lord of the Tower, which is a tyrant, and a very, very cool boss design. I really like this guy. I think
Yeah.
he's super cool.
Yeah, visually definitely one of the cooler like bosses that they came up with when they were designing the whole aesthetic. Like the whole aesthetic of Taijins and like how it's a dungeon and stuff is actually like kind of neat, where they put it in like an RPG setting and stuff, like a more of a open world where you can kind of like roam in a 3D space. I'm gonna probably take a bathroom break here on the one that when it goes up to the top.
Yeah, we've been on this room before, but we are just going to need to use this to get back to the floor where we can access the main elevator, and that's the one we are going to take to the second to last level, and from there we take a final elevator to the final level. You don't actually fully complete the tower unless you do a little sidetracking, which is important only in flat percent and all missions. In 40% we don't need to fully recover the tower, we just take that little side elevator to reach the Haka fight. So in this menu, you've seen that not only did we bring Saz back into the lead, we also put Vanille on the third slot. That's only so she can... sorry. That's only so she is safely away from the Haka's physical attacks. Because of the way party positioning works. And... Oh, wait.
Yep, my bad.
That's okay. Shoutouts to Serena Flux, who was on a very good place run, and she forgets that she's supposed to use that elevator, and I just spam in all caps, Serena, where are you going? So yeah, I can talk a little bit about the Haka for now. For this fight, again, Snow is going to be our main damage sponge. We are going to keep him in Sentinel for as much as we can. While the Haka wails at it, there are... I'm sorry. 3 things we are looking for. We are looking to stagger the Haka, debuff it with the Protect and Imperil. No, with Imperil, and we do the Protect later. With debuff it with Imperil and buff the party. We want haste on Saz and Vanille, not on Snow, so we can line up the ATB refreshes between Saz and Snow a lot better. Afterwards, once everyone is buffed, we are going to time a stagger to a place where Snow can be on Ravager.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. We have to time a stagger so that Snow will be Ravager while the rest of the party is safe, so when the Haka isn't attacking. And then we are going to inflict the Protect while the Haka is staggered in a very specific place. Because while the Haka isn't staggered, well, the Haka has a standing up position and a lying down position. He only goes to the lying down position once he's staggered. If he's standing upwards, his resistance to Deprotect is actually fairly high, which is why we avoid inflicting Deprotect while he's not staggered. After stagger and he is on the ground, then we shift to a Saboteur Paradigm for just enough time that Vanille can inflict Deprotect. This guy has, I think, 2 million HP, and it just melts away. Like, this fight usually takes around 2 minutes. 1.5 minutes is just to get the setup going, and then the last 30 seconds is after stagger, after getting Deprotect, and you just melt his HP bar. It's insane.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. Time to get this guy.
All right, dog time. So we're gonna use Libra right at the start of this fight again because this boss is a little bit complex. So
Time to get serious.
for the AI to deal with.
Back off.
This guy hits with a lot of strength. That's why we want Snow Sentinel as much as possible. Now that we have Imperil, very nice first cast. We're just going to work on chaining, work on our buffs while Vanille continues working on the chain. get haste on both Saz and Vanille, and then get Bravery and in Thunder. That attack, Foul Utterance, can dispel buffs, which is why we want to delay it as much as possible. Delay the buffing Snow as much as possible. He will only ever use Foul Utterance once. So once he's done with that, he will not use it again. Now that everyone is buffed, the Haka just took an action. He's throwing Faith too, so this is very safe. Gets staggered, drops to the floor. You throw it with another set of blitzes to make sure he can be protected. Then you lands it, and you have a nice AP refresh into aggression. And from this point forward, his HP bar just disappears. And this is really where Jeopardize, it is 1%. This is really where Jeopardize shines, because it's not just Vanille that is working on the chain, it's actually Saz. And it's insane how fast it goes to the 9s. It's a very important ability.
But yeah, overall that was a pretty par for the course fight.
Yeah. And now we can work on setup for the worst fight in the game. A lot of people will agree that this is the hardest fight in the entire run, not because of the execution. The execution is fairly straightforward, but there's a lot of ways this fight can go wrong just from RNG. You're going to grab all the CP that the Haka gave us and just immediately dump it. And then we have a little bit of a track to go towards the second Barthandelus fight. The reason why this is so scary is, one, his attacks are random. He can attack very quickly in he can have a lot of hits going on very small amount of time. The second part of it is he can throw debuffs. We already talked about Daze, which is very sketchy. He can also throw Curse, which interrupts your action. Will always interrupt your actions if he's attacking whoever is cursed, which is also very scary if it happens too often. Ether Soul.
Right behind you.
Oh, yep, thank you. I had a moment there.
Yes, too, and it wasn't fun.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled broadcast, leaving Tajans.
As Logic would put it, this is now a tool-assisted speedrun.
Would it be a commentator-assisted speedrun? The CAS?
But yeah, Bart 2 can absolutely one-shot whoever he feels like it, just because of how fast he can attack down the person. He can spam Daze Go for days, and then you can't get anything done. He can spam Curse and just interrupt you forever. With a Fortizol, the fight becomes a lot more consistent because you don't have to lose time setting up. You can just work on chaining immediately, but it can still be very sketchy. The other problem with this fight is you need to kill it in 2 staggers. You cannot kill this guy in a single stagger. He has way too much HP. So what is going to happen is on the first stagger, we want to deal as much damage as possible. After the stagger is done and he opens his head, you will see what I mean once we get there. He can do one of 2 things depending on his HP. He can either use the Strudo or Thanathosian Laughter. Apoptosis. Apoptosis does not deal damage, but it dispels all buffs and debuffs on the field. We are going to open the fight with a Fortizol and an Aegisol. We do not want to lose those buffs. If we do, we die. So in order to avoid apoptosis, dispelling our buffs, we are going to tank it inside a summon. That's the only way you can protect both Saz and the party members from getting their buffs dispelled. This will not stop Bartendulus from losing the debuffs we inflict on them, but at least we can re-inflict those without it being too much of a pain.
Yeah.
If he uses laughter, we will. If laughter deals a lot of damage, it ideally doesn't kill. But we are going to have to either time a renew or an elixir to heal while the attack is going and make sure we survive, or we are going to tank it with a summon. It depends on what he uses first. Because if he uses laughter first, he is going to use apoptosis afterwards, so we need to be ready to hop on Stalt once he does that. If he uses apoptosis first, then he can use laughter whenever he feels like it, and we need to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
Now,
So it is technically safer to have the laughter happen before, although it is a little more deadly because you may not expect it, but then you don't have to worry about it after you skip everything with apoptosis.
Yeah. This is just a very reactive fight overall. And the thing that makes it one of the hardest fights in the run, or arguably the hardest fight in the run, is just being able to adapt to whatever is happening. And you have to be able to improvise and adapt fast.
So what I just did right there to get through that little tiny area is those little seekers with like the arms on one side. If you lure them, on the side opposite of where their arms are, they kind of get into this like resting motion where they come close to their body, and it makes their hitbox just small enough that we can sneak by. Okay, I am not gonna YOLO this because I do not like their cycles.
Oh yeah. Like, this dodge is mostly trivial, but if they catch you, this battle zone is endless. You lose so much time if they catch you. Alright. On to Bart 2.
Alright. Wish me luck on this one. Hopefully, no triple days. That is all I ask.
No triple days. That's a retry most of the time. Oh, other than the days and the curse, every single one of Bart's lasers can inflict either pain or fog. And the pain on Vanille and fog on Snow are the only things we can take. Everything else we need to do. So that's a very early to protect, which is nice. Now we just work on staggering this guy, and hopefully Vanille will get Imperil going, which he did. Get the lever scoping there so that Snow doesn't throw ruin once we are on the commando. Throw the renew there so Snow doesn't die. Now we just chain a little bit more.
Oh, I meant to do that. There we go.
Chain a little bit more to make sure we can deal a lot of damage in commando, and now we just deal as much damage as we possibly until the end of stagger.
I owe ya.
I may have to put a little more damage. Okay, there we go.
Oh, that wasn't enough to defeat.
Oh, we're good.
Looks really close. Okay, that's nice. So this isn't enough damage to trigger laughter. This is gonna be apoptosis. Just wait for you to use it, and then just ult. And you'll see the miss text. That means that Since Snow and Vanille aren't even on the weaknesses on them, Snow and Saz is on Gestalt, which dodges everything. So we keep all of our buffs. Bart has had his buffs spell, but you can just reply them. As long as Vanille does her job. There's a
Use my elixir right here.
and there's a barrel. In some fights you can skip laughter entirely, but that's not something you can count on, ever. There's the laughter. You will learn for this to happen.
I know what this calls for.
Don't give up.
I appreciate it. Bart, Joel,
Oh, these daggers is about to run out.
this is gonna sting. Oh, you're gonna love this.
As long as it's still in parallel, you can stagger him really quickly. The only problem is apoptosis is about to happen again. And if he does everything that's
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
You can do it.
Oh, lucky. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Nah. Darn. Probably could have played that a little more aggressively earlier, but that's all right.
That's fine. First time was really close, so this time we'll get it.
All right.
Slime arc.
Another very early weak attack.
I know what this calls for.
Get the chain going with Thunder Aurora to be able to have maximum chain going.
Don't give up.
I appreciate it. I owe ya.
Now we just whack at it. Hopefully this time we'll reach the threshold for
This is looking like it's possible.
yeah, this is looking really good. Now that's apoptosis, but his HP is a lot lower this time than it was before.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's do it.
Again, dodging the attack so we don't lose our buffs. Now we just need to get the debuffs going again, and hopefully this time we'll kill it on second stagger. This should be a very fast laughter. Ooh, triple poison.
I have to elixir.
You have to, yeah. He's going hard on Saz. There's an barrel. This is a very looking barrel. either going to... Okay, no, there's the laughter.
You can do it!
I appreciate it.
Oh, but his chain is really high.
Don't give up!
No stopping us.
Let him snow!
Wow, that was an early epistosis. Are you serious?
Don't give up!
He's really low though.
Yeah,
I think he'll be fine.
yeah, it should be fine.
Don't give up!
There we go.
Nice, second try is fine.
Yep.
This fight can absolutely destroy your day.
For a very long time.
Yeah. So we take those. Yeah, that's the final fight of chapter 11. And with that, we are on our way to chapter 12, which is one of the most technical chapters in the entire run. All of the fights here are very tight on execution, but with some dashes of RNG here and there. But this is the chapter that will test you if you understand how paradigm shifts work. But first, an Odin fight. The last Odin fight in the run.
Charge!
Very nice. Getting the chain still, maintaining the chain. It's RNG if you can maintain the chain or not, or if you're going to lose it. And now you can just straight up kill it without having to use on it. With just careful manipulation of the just alt gauge.
There we go. Got it.
Yeah, clean Warmech. And we are going to lead Lightning for now, just because she has a smaller hitbox than anyone else really that we can conveniently lead. And you can say goodbye to Lightning after that. But for now, we are going to use her just for setting up a couple of dodges a little later on. Here, this is Flying Seath. It is pointless to try and dodge them, so we just decept through this. Well, we're going to cancel this Deceptizol on the next enemy coming up. And then we are going to run forward in a specific way so we don't have to use the Deceptizol again. Just wait for him to get across and forcing it to turn all the way around so it doesn't waste time chasing us.
Yep. It'd be very slow.
So, as far as the story goes, we went to Erba. Everyone in Erba, there was no one in Erba. They were all Seath. So instead what the party does is, okay, I guess we have to go back to Cocoon and make sure it's not destroyed by Barthandelus. And they enter Cocoon in the middle of an invasion made by all of the pulse things that Barthandelus has been able to gather. Ooh, that was a very nice dodges. Yeah, that was the last time we see Lightning in the run. We are just going to set up our trusty broken party and just use it to deal with use Hekaton again to deal with these guys. They are pretty tanky. It's better to just use Hekaton to make sure they die before they kill us. We set up Quake, not for the Bulwarker, but for the two soldiers that go with it. And so everyone is staggered and the Bulwarker has enough chain, we can just press the win button.
It pretty much is that, honestly.
Yeah. Not the last time you're gonna see Hackathon in the run either. So this is another lengthy menu. This is the only time where we go to Crystarium first because we need to unlock Vanille's commando role. We get secondary roles all the way back in chapter 10. Secondary roles cost a lot more than primary roles to unlock, but they give you a lot more variety. They give you a lot more flexibility. That's the word I'm looking for, and they will benefit all of the characters with that role bonus. So we get to Vanille's commando so she can deal with more damage with the ruins than she does with her normal Ravager spells, especially in the next upcoming fights. It's more important for her to have access to these ruins than using the Ravager spells, since we are not going to be able to use Imperil. Then for Snow, we are going to grab two very important things, the last accessory slot and an ATB level. And for Saz, we are going to go all the way close to Saz's ATB level, which is Cold Blood. Let me talk a little bit about Cold Blood. All full ATB skills are exactly as they told. They are named abilities unique to each character that always use the full ATB string, no matter how much ATB you have. If it's 5, it's 5, if it's 6 or 4, it will always use the entire string. What Cold Blood does is it creates a little bit of chain outside of Stagger, and it creates a lot of chain in Stagger. Saz will shoot 9 bullets, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, did I sell the Shield Talisman? I think I accidentally. It's okay, I'll put the Soul Front on it.
Did you sell the Shield Talisman?
I might have.
Then just equip the Black Belt on Vanille.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll just do that.
That's what I do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Saz will shoot a lot of bullets. All of those bullets will increase the chain by a hefty amount. On enemies that cannot be imperiled, it is the single best way to increase the chain. It's using Cold Blood. It's pivotal on the next upcoming fights. If you don't get Cold Blood in time, then your run is just dead, because even the next couple of fights are awful to deal with this party, just not set up for it. But first, a Behemoth. This is exactly the same enemy we killed all the way in chapter 11, but this time he's so low, so we don't have a free stagger, and we are not going to stagger because his stagger gate is extremely high. But abusing multipliers, we can kill it without staggering. So we're just going to throw in the haste in order to chain a little more effectively. And drive this chain up until 350%. Once we're ready, we hit this paradigm to make sure if he throws Hurl, that it's going to hit Snow, which will survive it on the Still Guard. For now, we are waiting for Vanille to throw her debuffs. We need her to throw Deprotect and Imperil, and she is just not doing that. Like always. Thanks, Vanille. There's a Deprotect, we still need Imperil in order to kill it. There we go. And for my next trick, I will make her health bar disappear.
Exactly. I love that. It's so rewarding. It's almost as rewarding as that one fight in chapter 3.
All right. And now that we have the CP from the Behemoth King, we can grab Cold Blood. And we are going to use it immediately on this next fight.
Oh, and then I'm doing one quick change for myself. There we go.
Oh, you use Tireless, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to. Just my practice, I was nailing it a lot better on this upcoming one.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, just like Alexander, not even like Alexander, because Alexander is 100% consistent as long as you're getting the script down. This fight works like this. If you do everything exactly correct, you might win. If you mess up one thing, you will 100% lose. This is an incredibly difficult and technical fight. I really like this fight though. I should do it a couple of times. I miss it.
I love and hate this fight. Like the concept around having to do that and that's the way that we beat it is cool, but holy moly, actually doing it sucks. Like
it is very, very hard.
Alright. So we're gonna just kind of walk around our little bird friendo right there. And we're gonna actually let this Deceptisol time out because we don't have to worry about it for the remainder because all the stuff we're doing later either doesn't require that or is like much more, it's either forced or straightforward.
Yeah, this is the last Deceptisol for chapter 12. We are going to buy more later, but the Deceptisols that we got all the way in chapter 2, this is the last one. And onwards to PC1. So the Proud Clouds, we are going to fight this guy twice. They are immune to debuffs. That's what makes this fight so tricky because we do not get those free damage multipliers. So we need to get good instead. We are going to work on chaining, maintaining the party healthy and buffing all more or less at the same time. And then after he is with his chain really high, we are going to need to set up Cold Blood. We want to Cold Blood exactly when he staggers, so we can increase the stagger gauge as much as possible. Use Cold Blood too early and you're not gonna have enough chain to kill after stagger. Chain too late, stagger too late, and you're not going to be able to enter Cerberus in time to kill it. It's also very important to set up the paradigm shift in a very precise way, so you don't lose ATB or have your ATB eaten once you enter a chain or not. This is a little backup. We use a couple of strings on Tireless Charge. The big thing about this fight is that after he gets out of the first stagger, he will use something called Winter Movers. He will gain Bravery and heal HP, and you cannot wait from that point forward. So just driving a little bit of HP on Tireless Charge makes the fight a lot more safer. Oh, he got ATB. Yeah, Trojan got his ATB eaten, but with the extra damage on Tireless Charge, that will hopefully not matter. Ooh, that was close. And now we just start blitzing and hope he dies.
No place to run.
Oh, yeah?
This is gonna
No, I wasn't even close.
Oh
Darn.
no.
I think I know what I did wrong too, honestly. So
You ate the ATB when shifting on the first Cold Blood.
Yep.
That's fine though. We've got this.
For a second win.
You have Buffalo Blitz in order to get Duration and Chain, both at the same time. And work on chaining, and while Snow has fun punching this guy,
Yeah.
I'm going to buff them. Shift again. Get a little more spells going. And then buff both Saz and Tanner. Get that second blitz. Throw the liver scope to make sure Snow doesn't throw ruins and Vanille doesn't throw attacks. And I'll get that extra bit of damage on Tireless Charge.
I'm ready for anything.
There we go. That looks better.
How about this? Eat a sad special. No thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Gonna stay. I'm ready for anything.
Even damage-wise, Pixel is being a lot less aggro than he was before.
Much appreciated. No further. How about this? Oh yeah. This is gonna stay.
This is looking good. Come on, Snow. Ah!
Oh no, I was so close.
Dang. And I had adrenaline for so long on all of them too. That was not very good crap after. Okay.
I owe you. Appreciate it. Oh, getting serious now.
Third time's the charm.
That's the hope right here.
Be careful.
Thank you, please. No, that's fine.
No place to run. Oh, getting serious now.
You can throw a couple more blitzes here if you think you need them.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do.
Throwing it forward, you can throw like 6 or 8.
I'll do
As
one
long
more.
as you don't stagger him, you can tank him here for days. Because Vanille can out-heal the damage he does very easily.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one more.
Much appreciated. Get in my sight.
Oh, why did that get eaten?
Old man, new tricks.
You should get a refresh here.
Much appreciated. No further.
Okay, you should get him this
There we
time.
go, got it.
Nice.
In
Third
there.
time.
Third time's the charm.
That is a very hard fight.
And now we get to our reward for doing all of that is to fight a big giant turtle.
Yes.
What a wonderful
There are
reward.
Actually, like this fight is interesting because there are setups for every single character to do this fight. The fastest is actually lightning, but it's also the riskiest. It's where you die the most easily. So everyone just uses snow instead, even though it's slightly slower. It's very safe and very consistent. Just because snow survives more than 2 stomps from this guy, and no one else does.
Snow is beefy.
Yes. Very beefy boy. But yeah, you literally get out of the frying pan and into the fire from PC1 to this guy. You just get the chain going, summon the Shiva sisters, and now we use them to get this guy staggered. You will always stagger with just alt level 3. He will most of the time throw Quake, but that's fine. We can just stay on the ground and throw lizards instead.
We do
And now we have to time this perfectly, so you don't swerve to the side. You're supposed to decide your first retry because these spring freezers will not hit him, but Trojan do that very well. So now we just empty the dispel points on this guy's face and then kill it with a very beefy diamond dust.
And reminder to cool him off.
Way to go.
Gold dust, you're rich this run.
Heck yeah.
There was a run where I got PS3 run. Yeah, it was my it was my PS3 PB. My PS3 PB, I got the Deceptizol drop from Part 3, and then I got the gold dust. So instead of buying 4 Deceptizols because you don't need them in Chapter 13, I bought 2 Deceptizols, Chapter 3, and I bought the Belladonna one for the meal. It was a very spicy run.
That is quite something.
Mm-hmm.
The casual Belladonna wand at the end. That is, man. I wish I could be that rich. Like, yeah. So we actually get a Belladonna wand way early in Chapter 6, but we sell it because it's like so much effective gil at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, the Belladonna one is by far and wide the best weapon for Vanille, but it's also so expensive that we're better off selling it and keeping the binding rod on her for the course of the run.
Didn't sign up for this.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this dodge is also miserable. This is the worst dodge we have to do without the Deceptizol, but second try is fine. Second try is standard. If you fail the first try, you can just wait a bit until they are away from you and then just go forward with the camera trick and that will work.
Yeah, they kind of like do that spiral upward, and that's like pretty much consistent every single time. So. And coming up in this section is some of my favorite like AI in general, because they're just a little bit derpy and like they don't really know what they're doing. Essentially, they're just kind of running around.
Yeah.
Especially these first soldiers, like not these ones, but when we turn to the right.
Oh yeah, this dodge is very funky.
It's like they're
Sometimes
running
they-
away and attacking, nothing.
Yeah, sometimes they will attack each other, not the Seath.
Yeah.
Birds can be jerks, but most of the time these guys are pretty trivial. And now for Vernal Harvester and Tyrant Lodge, or VHNT. So these two behemoths are on the way, and you should have to fight them, but we actually don't have to. The reason for that is fights only trigger once the party leader enters in contact with an enemy. It does not trigger if a party member contacts them. So if we do this correctly, we are going to manipulate Saz and Vanille into entering this guy's battle zone and pushing them out of the way. It requires a little finesse, but also requires a little luck, because they actually have to push them away. I think this should be good now.
Yeah, there we go. Nice.
Nice, very nice.
Vanilla was doing the big legwork right there.
But yeah, you just manipulate your party's members' positions so that they push either the Tyrant or the Vernal Harvester out of the way, and you can just go straight in there. It's awful when they push both of them apart and you have to go through the middle. I was like, oh god, please don't hit me.
Yeah. The one that we just got right there, where I can slide in on the right-hand side, is definitely the easiest of the three options.
Yeah, because the Tyrant's hitbox is a lot smaller than it seems. Like, his tail doesn't have a hitbox, and the hitbox on its legs is questionable. Yeah, those were all of the trickiest parts of Chapter 12 out of the way. Oh, and then he got sniped by the Juggernaut.
I was just going for it. Just I kind of felt like trying for that one.
Upcoming there's upcoming there's going to be a glass floor with 2 chests. If you kill the Elementoises that spawns here, you can get those chests. We are not going to kill the Elementoises because that's very slow, and we do not have the weapon required to do this. So we can only pick one of the chests. One of them has gil, has a moderate amount of gil. The second one is 6 particle accelerators that we can use to instantly max a strength accessory. So guess which one we are going to go for?
Not that one. Yeah, we're definitely going to get that one. And we're going to be using it like really quickly here too, like within the next couple minutes.
So the idea here is you grab one of the chests. If you didn't kill the Elementoise, it tries to chase you and falls down the glass floor and takes the other chest with it. Run backwards for a faster cutscene, for some reason. And this is the second tricky dodge parts of Chapter 12 with no decept, but they behave really nicely.
Yeah, that's the nicest I've had in a really long time on that one.
Alright, very big hallway. To make justice of the name and the reputation this game has for being hallway simulator, and then you get to pulse and it's like, wait a second. Grab that weapon there to sell in Chapter 13 for a little bit more money, guaranteeing the 3 Deceptizals.
Yep.
And we have another tricky dodge coming up, but this one you can just lure the Juggernaut to the side and then just go on the opposite side. Which makes it very safe.
This isn't gonna be easy.
me some slack here.
Oh, I like doing this on the other side actually, but I guess either one works.
I don't know why. I just have always gone on the left-hand side for that dodge.
Okay. That's fair. Get the first dodge, get the second dodge, and the third dodge. Oh, the third. Oh, yeah. This is the hardest of the three.
I'll just do that.
Yeah, that works. They really wanted a piece of snow, though. Yeah. After this unskippable cutscene, we grab a chest with the power glove, and the power glove is the second highest tier of strength boosting accessories. We are not going to get the highest tier because we do not have a way to get the catalyst required for it, but this one will fit in nicely. And with that on hand, we are just going to upgrade that. And the Goddess's Favor, which is the accessory we get from Part 1. Part 2, even though the accessory itself is kinda useless, when you fully upgrade it and then dismantle it, it gives you, among other things, a Scarletite, which is used to catalyze a Warrior's Wristband into another Power Glove. So this menu alone gives you like a 200 strength boost. More than 200 actually, it gives you like a 300 strength boost, which is pretty nutty. And the menu is just a setup for the upcoming fight. And while you're doing this menu and the upcoming dodges, I will be right back.
Alright, and if there's any like donations or anything to talk about, now is probably a good time.
Well, we don't have any new donations. We are still at 1,800, and I do believe we can still get to that 2,000. But we have this amazing shirt that, if you've not seen it, it's a beautiful shirt. It's The Legend of Zelda's Midna. We all know Midna, and Midna is actually riding the RBG Panther. It's got the little hand down, stuff like that. It has gold rush on it. You have to see it to believe it, and when you buy the shirt, all of the proceeds from that purchase goes directly to Rad. If you're interested in looking at it, if you're interested in checking it out and possibly even purchasing it, ! Merch. It's only available for a limited time, so you might want to grab it now before you regret it. Also, don't forget that we do for RBG Gold Rush, we try to practice healthy measures here. So I know we've been sitting here for 5.5 hours or so. Everyone, make sure, I really hope you all have been hydrating. You've gotten up, you've stretched, done a couple jumping jacks, use the restroom or anything else along those lines. Practice, when you have these long marathons, please practice being safe. And don't worry, all the marathon games runs will be on our YouTube channel in the near future. Just type an ! YouTube in chat and go ahead and hit that bell, I think is what the cool kids say.
Alright. Dog spot 2.
Get in my sights.
Also immune to debuff. The trick to this fight is making sure he stays in the air as much as possible, so we can continuously interrupt him, and we can do that very easily with well-timed cold bloods.
Old man, new tricks.
I'm getting the third cold blood going. Now we're going to get an ability refresh, so we will cancel Snow's ready animation. And now, for the duration of the first stagger, we are going to keep in the air. The first stagger isn't actually meant to deal that much damage, it's meant to trigger an HP gate. We want to get something called Winter's Remover.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Oh no. Limiters will will buff him with bravery, faith, and vigilance, while also getting him Deep Protect and D-Shell. It also heals him to full, but with Deep Protect and D-Shell, you can actually kill him. Without Deep Protect, that is impossible. No category can kill this guy in a single stagger. He has way too much HP. Now he's changing back. Oh, this looks a lot better this time. Excellent reaction order. Getting the renew to make sure we don't die to Mulan. And now we need to stagger him before. Yeah, that was a lot of physicals on Snow.
Hoi. That was what, 3 physicals in a row?
Yeah, it was 3 physicals in a row.
I even saw that second one. I'm like, should I just go into Cold Blood right now? Like,
Oh boy. There you go.
Oh, we're good.
I know what this calls for.
It's really to get to Adrenaline and Snow again.
Nope.
Have you tried using blitzes instead of attacks after the first string?
I can't. I can do that.
He deals a little bit more damage than just juggling with attacks.
Okay. I can do that. I've usually just done the alternating, but I will try it out.
Again, no one ever said this was an easy run, because it isn't. If people tell you that FF13 is an easy game to speedrun, they're lying in your face. Yeah, for the first one we get attacks, and now we will throw blitzes and stuff.
I gotcha. Ah, I see.
There, that should be limiters. Oh, that's the 3 new ones. 3 new ones, damn. You guys being very aggressive.
Side special. It's gonna sting. East side special.
Try and renew on server so you don't die in case you can't kill him. Because the second stagger kill is extremely tight.
That's okay.
Prepare a potion because he's going to throw on Eric. Oh, no, okay. That's the first time I've seen that.
Oh yeah, that's what normally happens to me, I guess. Yeah.
He just doesn't use an Eric at all. Okay. Yeah, after he enters aerial after he's done a certain number of attacks. I'm pretty sure it's 6 attacks. Afterwards he will go into the aerial. As long as he's low HP and you can kill him while he's still on aerial, that's fine. The problem is when he goes back into annihilation mode, which is the one where he's standing on his 4 legs, because that deals way too much damage, and by the time he will go back to it, we will no longer have the resources to deal with it. Which is why it's fine to see aerial as long as his HP is very low. Alright. So, in chapter 13, unfortunately, I will have to leave.
Okie dokie.
Now, it's...
Yeah, I know I'm running a little bit over, like, my estimates, so I totally understand.
I'm clocking in work in 15 minutes, so I need to go.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you so much for doing all the commentary, Kara.
This was very fun. This is being a great run, Trojan, so I hope chapter 13 and the rest of the late game treat you well, and I'll see you whenever we have the next chance to commentate together. This was very enjoyable.
Alright, sounds great. Yeah, likewise.
Yep. Have fun, everyone. I'll see you later. Take care.
Alright, see you later. Thank you. Alright, so I got plenty of money, holy moly. So I bought 3 Deceptisols right there. And that's gonna pretty much hold me over for this chapter. This chapter is not too terribly long. It's got a bit of running and then 3 mini boss fights kind of in quick succession. And I'll kind of explain how each boss fight works once we get closer to them. But right now I'm just kind of doing the last major menu and stats. I'll be getting a little bit more later after the mini bosses. But the key things right here is that I am getting roll level 4 on Commando for Snow, which is honestly really important. I don't remember if we talked too much about roll levels, but they pretty much increase the efficiency of everything, of like the stats, of like how hard things hit in general when you have like the multipliers. So that's kind of the main thing with roll levels. And so these ones at the end are some of the more important ones. And the stats, as you can see, they kind of multiplicatively increase. All right. Okay. All right. So yeah, we're just going to be doing a little bit of running around at the first part right here. There's these kind of like kind of give like a little bit of background. We're kind of like on the inner workings of the world itself right now, called the Tesseracts, and these like little guardian creatures are kind of like the keepers of this, so they are gonna put us up against some challenges. We're kind of skipping over a little bit of their backstory by skipping over these cutscenes, but essentially that's what they're there for. And they're pretty much judging us based on our skill levels to this point, and trying to figure out if we're deemed worthy to be like a rebirth version. And I don't want to say like too much more because one, it's not going to make too much sense, and secondly, don't want to do too many spoilers on it. But so we're going to do a couple more Deceptisol cancels. Well, a combination of cancels and letting them run out. So I did a cancel right there. And the next time, this next section, I'm going to dodge this area. And then once I loop back around after this elevator, I'm going to use the Deceptisol, but I'm not going to cancel it because essentially we don't need to keep our Deceptisols any longer after this chapter. So we're going to kind of burn them when we need to, so we don't have to waste the 10 to 12 seconds to do the retries. So the first boss that we're going to be dealing with is Jabberwocky and Bandersnatch, and they're two really huge, like kind of similar to Enki and Enlil in Chapter 6, that boss. But these ones are a little bit more buffed up. They do stronger abilities. And there's one particular ability that Jabberwocky uses called Breath of the Beast. And that will one-shot Vanille. It will also one-shot Saz, but we don't worry about that too much. We only care about what happens to Vanille. So we're going to do Fortisol and Aegisol. All right, and here we go. So I'm going to be trying to inflict Imperil on Bandersnatch first, and then killing Bandersnatch right away, essentially.
All right, and while you do that, I'll go ahead and read some announcements and stuff so you can concentrate.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. So once again, this is the last little battle of RBG Gold Rush. It's actually a brand new speedrun charity event by RBG Esports. They were RBG Esports was actually founded back in 2018, and they've been kind of rising up in the esports world, from Rocket League, Counter-Strike, Hearthstone to Smash. RBG Esports is the name you won't want to forget in the esports universe. Now, of course, with this being our last run, of course, RBG Esports is entering the world of speedrunning with a glorious debut of a fantastic speedrunning event. If you are interested in being a part of this new esports section of RBG, just join the Discord. All you have to do is type in ! Discord in chat, or if you're watching this on YouTube, and maybe after watching this run or some of the other runs you saw, and you're like, man, I kind of want to be a part of this, you just gotta go on our Twitter at RBG_esports. All the information is right there. And like I said, if you missed...
Sorry. I'm fine.
Okay. So, if you're watching this on YouTube, and you're like, oh man, I want to see... this was a great idea for a run. What other runs do they have? Well, they're gonna be all over the place. You just gotta go to the YouTube, hit that bell, ring that bell, and all that fun stuff. That's all you gotta do, and you'll get all the information. You'll get all of that in the first place. And if you're in chat right now, just type an ! YouTube in chat.
Sorry, I thought I died right there because it was really weird. Like, I changed my paradigm so that Snow would like tank it, and Vanille got hit. and Vanille took no damage, and I was very confused about what.
Did you just find a new strat?
No, I hope not. That's definitely not like consistent, even remotely.
I tried.
No, I know. I appreciate the optimism on that, which would be really cool, honestly. But no, that's unfortunately would be really, really difficult. Oh boy. Okay. Well, thankfully I didn't remember the other side, so that's fine. That's fine. So I came in at a not a correct angle right there. So. All right.
That does not look like it would be fun to do.
It's a little tight, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. So this next boss, Vladislaus, is not too terrible, but it can definitely go off the rails a little bit if you don't get deep protects to land.
And of course, while we go ahead and do that, I've been talking about this shirt this whole time, and that's a brilliant shirt, and it's like only available for like probably till the end of the marathon or a little bit later. It's this beautiful shirt of Midna from the Legend of Zelda series on top of the RBG Panther, and it's just a glorious artwork by Smashy, who is also a speedrunner, does a lot of Ori speedruns, and I believe I think it's the other one. She does a lot of great, fantastic stuff. She's also a fantastic artist. You have to see this shirt to believe it. It is simple. You just gotta go type an ! merch in that chat there. A link will pop up to sector6apparel.com/collection/RBG, and you just kind of search for it and find the one that says RBG Gold Rush. And of course,
fine.
If you're watching this on YouTube, the date may have been passed. You know, and then you're gonna go to one of those events, and you're gonna be like, man, that's a really good shirt, and they're gonna be like, well, you can't get it anymore.
That'd be sad times, right?
Yeah, right. That's me when I go to like gaming events, and now I'm gonna be wearing that shirt, and everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, that shirt's awesome. Where'd you get it? And I'm like, it's from here, but you can't get it anymore because it was a limited release.
So I'm going to be doing one final Crystarium just to get a little extra stats. And again, we're going to be hitting that next roll level for Saz, which is really, really important. There we go. And so Snow gets a lot of strength right here, and so Snow is going to start hitting like an absolute truck. And then setting up, oops, there we go. Setting up my paradigms that I'm pretty much going to be using for this fight and then the end fights. And now we're going to be back having Saz for this fight because, oops. Because Cold Blood is very, very, very important for this fight. So this is Tiamat Eliminator. This is what we're going with numbers. This would be Proudclad +3. I guess is how we were going about it earlier. And so we're just going to use some Cold Bloods right here. Use a Libra to know what debuffs. And then we're not going to get too much out of this stagger in particular, but we're going to at least get a little bit of a chunk because in this initial one, Tiamat Eliminator does not have any debuffs, or that it can. It's like completely resistant.
I owe ya.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, get serious now.
I really enjoy the design of the bosses every time I watch this game. You know, aside from just the fact that it's just a gorgeous game all around, the designs of the bosses are always stuff that seems to always kind of like garner my interest, and I'm like, where did these designs come from? That type of stuff always, you know, maybe it's explained in the game.
Now or never. Dead in my sights.
I'm not quite sure. But also, we did raise $1,800 for Rise Above a Disorder, or RAD. They're actually a non-profit dedicated to removing two of the greatest barriers facing mental health care, access, and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system to people all around the globe. If you, yes you, if you believe in a world where everyone has access to hope, health, and happiness that they deserve, you are RAD. For more information about RAD, you can visit www.urad.org. I don't know why it's a www, just rolled off the tongue. Or you can donate by typing in !donate in chat.
Oh, you're gonna love this. Dead in my sights.
It's so beautiful. It's so hard sometimes to just, like, you know, take your eyes off of it sometimes.
No stop.
This might be a problem. Maybe.
I think you got this.
Dead in my sights. Eat leg. I appreciate
Nah, I'm gonna have to retry. I was gonna die right there.
Oh man, so close.
So I actually messed up. I didn't wait for poison to land, and that would have killed. And that was my fault on that one. Otherwise, I had the strat down completely. But I just didn't wait for poison to get inflicted.
Hmm.
How about this?
Poison does a lot more damage than you would think, just on like a speedrunning level across a lot of the different strats.
Yeah, even when I was learning some other
Whoa! That was a double tail hammer, and I have not seen that in a very long time.
Ouch. Ouch.
All right.
Dead in my sights. Dead in my sights.
Did I really lose chain? What in the world? I lost chain and 2 armor. Oh my gosh. That's what I get for not. That's what I get for not getting it on the first try. 100%.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. You got this. You got this. Third time's a charm?
Happened earlier.
There you go.
Again.
Dead in my sights.
There we go. That's a lot better.
sights. Dead in my sights. Don't stop. I know what this calls for. Much appreciated. Old man, new tricks.
There we go. All
That is
right.
a heck of a lot of damage.
It really is. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Like between Snow just having a ton of strength stat and Saz's like blitz, it's just a dumb amount of damage.
Really, truly is, yeah.
All right, so just grabbing 2 more Libra scopes that I'm going to use on the first of the final 3 bosses and the second one. And then I'm going to grab this Ether Saw right here. And it's really nice that we get this like Fortisol and Aegisol for this first boss because it's really the only one where it matters. And so this first boss that we're doing, where it's our good old friend Barthandalus that we fought twice. Now we're going to fight him a 3rd time. And the difference in this fight is we're going to do it in 1 stagger. And so we're going to try and get Deep Protected and Peril, so that's good. We already got that. Okay, and we got Imperil. And keeps targeting Saz. There we go. And so we're just gonna top her health off. And then we're gonna throw a Quake just to get some stagger duration. And then after we shift into Tri-Disaster, we're going to heal everybody back up and then just go ham.
That is such a very, very, very weird looking.
I'm going to have to swap because Vanille's going to die otherwise. That's unfortunate, but... Woo! Okay.
Wow. Good heal there.
So now we're going to try and get him to stagger really quick. And try and get those debuffs back on if we can. Vanille died. Okay. I have to retry it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vanille took too much damage. I probably should have gone to Tireless at the start, way back at the beginning of it. because I saw her. She was the only one getting targeted, so I took a little bit of a risk. But then she continued to get targeted, and then it kind of threw everything off.
Yeah, it happens.
It's really a race to the finish, kind of similarly to how ProudCloud 1 is, but not as tight as that one is. I think we got Imperial? No, we got D-Shell. Holy mackerel.
These bosses are aggressive.
Yep. Yeah, Vanille died. Yep. So sometimes Vanille just doesn't inflict Deprotected Imperil at the start, right there. And that Ultima ability does a random number between super low and super high. Yeah. So I should have probably renewed right there.
I'm not gonna lie, I looked over at the layout, the Twitch stream that I have with the game out there, and I just looked over and I saw a black screen and freaked out for a second.
Okay, I got Deep Protect. Thank you, Vanille. Alright, I'm not gonna use Quake on this one. There we go.
Old man, new tricks.
Yeah, that's a good amount of chain. Okay, this is looking a lot better. Why is Snow ruining? Oh, I know why. Yeah, it's just these last three, yeah. Well, no, that was just me forgetting. That wasn't even me being tired. Alright. Okay, there's Deep Protects.
Now, I know we had one of our other hosts, for those that don't know, CamyCat86, who was doing a great job of hosting throughout this entire event, actually had never played a Final Fantasy and just recently picked up 15. So I'm curious, like after the marathon, like when I watched through all of this, I really have to think about what her thoughts would be like for this marathon and what everything goes through when she actually plays 15.
There we go. There we go. Wow, those are some really high rolls.
Really? Yeah.
Eat a sad special.
I'm just gonna go into tireless strike first. I'm not gonna bother. Alright.
Fulfill your focus and gain eternal life. This is gonna stay. Turn from your fate and your soul too shall burn right in death.
You can do it!
I'm ready for anything. How about this? Suffer your reward. I know what this calls for.
Holy moly!
Be careful!
That was
Okay then.
wow.
I owe you. Much appreciated.
Wow.
For the second win.
He's just really not playing nice right now.
No, not at all.
You can do it!
I don't know if I'll be able to survive this.
How about this?
Man. Dude, Bart is just not
Oh
giving
my
me the time of
gosh.
day right now. This is sometimes this happens on this fight where they just things don't line up over and over.
Yeah. Give the runner a break. Come on, game.
Like it's very common for those ultimas to get you into like yellow, but for them to continuously get me into red is very odd.
Yeah.
I'm ready for anything.
Okay, there's G protect. Alright.
For a second win. Suffer your reward. I owe you.
Yeah, that's fine. See, that was a much more normal one.
I know what this calls for. Eat a sad special.
Alright, just hit vanilla a couple times, please. Or snow. Either one's fine. Either one's fine.
Fulfill your purpose and gain eternal life.
You can do it!
This is gonna stay. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Okay. What's going on? Is it just really that bad right now?
Yeah, it is.
Sorry,
Jeez.
it's just... Sorry.
my sights.
Oh.
Take a second and breathe, my dude.
Seriously, just breathe.
Take a second and breathe.
Old man, new tricks.
Wow. You get the heal, and then it's like an automatic in. Oh my gosh.
Just help.
Huh?
Do you want to look at the notes or something?
No, that's.
I know you're used to this fighting. I don't know. But this was going well for you.
Fulfill your focus and gain eternal life.
I know what this calls. Time for a second wind.
Turn from your fate and your soul to rightly death. This devil counts. know. Fulfill your focus and the eternal life. Turn from your fate and your
Eat a sad special. How about this?
Yay!
GG. GG. My goodness.
Sometimes there's just days where that fight just never wants to play nice. Like,
Wow.
Yep. And I mean, some of those were definitely my fault, but I would say a little over half were definitely that fight being a jerk.
Wow.
All right, so Orphan 1. So what we're doing here on this one, since we don't have buffs available to us, I'm going to be staying in this protection one right here and buffing everybody up right now while Vanille heals all of us up.
Phew.
I'll let that Karaja go off to heal, and then I'm just going to start wailing. And after every so often, Orphan's going to do a slap like that. And then I'm going to need to do a renew to get back up.
So, was some of that just to see if we can stretch out more of those t-shirt sales?
Probably.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so Requiem right there is actually the best thing I could get on that one.
You asked for it. Thanks.
I'm gonna just do some potions.
Get in my sights. This is gonna sting.
So now I'm just kind of waiting for it to happen.
No stopping us. Come on, then. I appreciate it.
I'm waiting for poison to hit, and poison has not hit yet, and Snow's dead. All right, well that one was Vanilla literally hitting no stuff pre-stagger, which really makes post-stagger a very large problem right there, because she needs to hit Imperil, Poison, and Deep Protect, and it's usually very consistent. She'll get all three of them timely if she gets one of them pre-stagger, but she got 0 by the time it was like
The puppet master shows its face.
by the time it was like what was it 700% in stagger, which is really bad. Thank you, Myth. I appreciate it.
It's just something else.
All right.
Don't give up.
Thanks.
You can do it.
And I can literally choose any end spell. It doesn't really matter which one I choose as well for this. There we go. Yeah, so if I renew right there, then I don't get interrupted, which means I can get more stuff in. Alright, so.
This is gonna sting.
Well, chat's on your side to finish strong, so chat's on your side.
Good now. Hasn't used Requiem yet, so I'm kind of just waiting for that. Alright, come on, Vanille. Oh, Vanille's... Okay, this can happen sometimes where Vanille's ATB gets stuck. It's very rare that it happens, but there are times where if you swap too fast at certain points in this fight, she will get stuck and she will not do anything the rest of the fight. And that is what just happened right there.
Man.
I've had that happen to me about 3 or 4 other times before.
Well, I got my Bless RNG out there, chat. Let's get some Bless RNG out. We can make this happen, chat. Spam that Bless RNG.
There we go. I got good RNG on that one. Jeez Louise.
Get in my sights.
Man, Vanilla is just literally not landing anything. This is awful. This is absolutely awful. And there's like nothing I can really do about this either.
Come on, Vanille. Come on.
I might be able to salvage this, but it's gonna... Oh my good god. Okay. It's gonna be real close. I may not get it. Nope. Okay, at least didn't die of that. Nope. Man, Vanilla is just not doing it for me right now, like at all. Just no debuffs whatsoever.
I wonder why that is. Just the RNG chance?
Yep.
Jeez.
Sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah, that's what RPGs are, right?
Come on, hit something. Okay, well, at least the D-shell's at least on. That's something, I guess.
That's one thing, you know? The game's slowly understanding what's happening.
All right, and Peril's on too. That's good.
Dead in my sights.
Come on, just hit poison, please. There we go.
Yeah, I saw that hit.
Please don't kill me. I'm dead.
Oh,
I had to go for it. I had to go for it. Not that I've set up for. No.
At least it gives you a retry button, and you don't have to fight the first boss again.
Yeah.
The puppet master shows its face.
Okay, there's Deep Protects. That's good. Alright.
I know what this calls for.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
All right. I like to hear that.
Oh, wait, whoops. Oh, wait, we're good. Alright. Okay. God. At least we're going to be able to make it to the second part of this fight. So now that we got poison ticking, that's like the big one in this fight because Orphan 1 has so much health. I'm gonna sneak in some more damage, although Vanille just died. So that's kind of awkward, but that's fine. At this point, it's fine. Like, it doesn't particularly matter. I just need an elixir. And I'm gonna summon after this.
You know what? She deserves to die.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm not sure if chat heard that, but yeah. Hell deserves it. I looked away for half a second and saw one part of the summon and went, "Is that Iron Man?"
So I'm just gonna let poison tick out right here. And that will be Orphan 1.
Woo! One more, right?
Yep, just one more.
All
and
right.
it's a generally quick fight. And if something absolute BS happens during that one, then I just know my luck was just not meant to be on this run, like not even remotely. All right, there we go. So there's a slightly faster strat if it doesn't do that DS Array ability right there. You can just keep hitting it with blitzes. But when DS Array happens, that will one-shot you. There's a way that you can like skip it, but it is super tight timing. Like Like ridiculously tight timing.
Don't think I want to meet your parents.
It's a giant clock.
So I'm gonna get haste onto everybody right here at the start, and then get a couple buffs on, and then we're just gonna start going to town.
I was trying to think of a transition, but it's like there's still a chance we can get 2,000 in donations by the end.
Exactly. But that slap was really late, so that doesn't particularly matter in this case.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for deep protect. There we go. All right, and time is gonna be when the screen goes past the battle screen at the end. And time will be in 3, 2, 1, time.
GG. GG. Throughout all of that,
Holy cow, man.
You still got it. Throughout all of that, you still got it. GG.
I can legitimately say that was some of the worst final boss luck I have had in a very long time. In one sitting. Usually it just like is bad for like 1 or 2 attempts, and then I get it on the 3rd or 4th try. That on bar 3 was just immensely terrible luck on several of those.
Yeah.
Thank you for the GGs. And I'm sorry I went so far over estimate.
It's the end of the night. It's the end of the marathon, man. I was gonna let you finish. Even if you spent another 6 hours, I was gonna let you finish.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah. But yeah, so just kind of I'll do some final shout outs because then I need to go to bed. But thank you again for RBG Esports for having me run this, and also, I was having a part of the Ori stuff last night. Thank you so much to Sharky and Pharaoh for doing wonderful commentary during the large majority of my run. And if you're interested in running Final Fantasy games, especially 13, you can catch us on our Discord. We have one for the whole trilogy of 13, 13-2, and Lightning Returns. And people are super nice there, very willing to help you out. We've got really great notes for you to like learn. There's like ones that you can like learn the basic stuff first before you get to the more hardcore like stuff that I'm kind of like running off on some of my notes. So yeah. But yeah, and thank you so much to everybody who's donated during the course of the marathon. And yeah, I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, whatever it is, because I know it's like really early in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much here.